for a potential long.
What's that price?
That's right.
IB high.
20,202.
202s. Hey, the famous 202, 200 level.
Yes.
202. Sounds good, Jack. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah. We have interrupt for any trade because we have a lightning quick Series 3 today.
Quick hitter.
Yes. Andre,
Okay.
if you're gonna pass it, you better know this one.
Oh, great.
Oh, man.
I know, Hogue. I hate when he says that.
I'm scheduled for the 18th to go take mine. I think Jay's. He might be taking his today.
Wow.
I'm on the 18th too.
End of October, early November. All right, here we go. Quick hitter.
I'm in December. I got mine finally scheduled as well.
Yeah, you do, Ribs. Yeah, you do.
I'm not kidding. I'm in December.
Okay,
I'm dead serious.
Good. I know if you're pulling my leg.
Come on.
Okay, go ahead, Jack.
I'm going to ace this thing.
All right.
Let's get this one right.
Let's see what we got for the question. Which of the following is allowed to hold customer funds? A CPO, that's a commodity pool operator, a CTA, commodity trading advisor, AP, an associated person, or an FCM, futures commission merchant. Which of these is allowed to hold customer funds?
You got to know this one.
Yeah.
Well, you should have let him see if he knows it, Hogue.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I did know this one. I did know this one.
D.
This one I actually did.
D is the answer. It's D.
It has to be.
Yeah,
sorry.
Right?
Coach D. Coach Dakota. It's D.
It has to
This
be.
is a
If not, I'm
repeat.
screwed.
And that is the answer.
A repeat because it's important, Dakota. Let's see what the answer is.
It's important.
Better be
for
D.
that reason.
Some trouble.
It is important.
Thank
No
God.
way, it's D,
I have a
huh?
chance.
It is
Huh,
D.
how about that?
Only FCMs, and they need net capital of $1 million to become an FCM. Only they can hold customer funds.
Thank goodness. Okay, good. That was a quick one.
Well, now
All right,
they're
I have a
gonna-
chance. I have a chance.
You'll get one
All
right.
right,
Good job, gents.
Good job. Thank you, Jack.
Thanks, Jack.
So we're gonna pass ours on the same time, right, Jack? On the 18th.
Presumably, I guess it depends on what time we finish.
When is
You taking
yours
yours
booked
in-
for?
Are you doing Grand Junction, Dakota?
No, I there's one right here near Salt Lake in Orem.
Okay.
Taking it in Chicago.
Well, the S&Ps have traded back to the IB high. This can be a support level down here, 82.75. If it doesn't hold,
Two.
then we become patient and range bound.
So I like that we're waiting for 213s. If we do trade below 213s and find a healthy bid stack
Hey,
that
Top
keeps us
Step,
buoyed
how are
above
you?
200s,
There you are.
there's an opportunity
Hey,
for a long back to
Sean
balance at
McDonald
250.
here.
So
I think I have
that's
5
what I'm
minutes
watching
on
for
this.
here. I'm not
It's a
taking any
brand
trades
new
until we
test
have
set for the
that
market.
price action served to us.
I thought it might be Robert that might be bringing something like that, but
Initial bounce
I would
there
love
at
to talk
213s.
shop
I'm not
because,
sold on a long here
quite
yet. I
honestly,
need to see more interaction there.
lost pretty much most family and friends over the past
Loaded.
5 years making this because of
It's tough to
doubt and
digest.
Big old
disdain.
bounce.
Prove it. Put your money where
You see
your
where
mouth is.
crude oil
And I
bounced?
hear people like me
Love it.
that
Where?
do
Initial
this.
balance?
We get disparaged. I hear it every
No,
day.
73.18 was a naked point control. Was targeted. and
They're
we get a little bit of a
no
bounce there.
good. The next shiny tool. I really did make
Well,
a
if
tool.
anybody got that
so
initial bounce
that
on that flush of 213 there, you're sitting up
man
about
can do it
13
and bot can
handles.
do
That's
it.
a
I
nice
knew if
little
I could
scalp
get the
back
bot
up to the top
to
side
do
there.
it as
Yeah.
I approached it.
S&Ps,
I'm
traded
measuring
back inside
energy.
the initial balance,
I made a
rejected right away.
test set
It's
for the
still
market.
long.
The best
Yeah,
that I
I
could
thought
do
we'd get a better.
is give
I thought we'd get
an
more time
accurate
than that,
reading
but
of the
we may have
current
just missed the
conditions
trade.
at
But that's
hand.
fine.
this is the energy index.
Well,
Talking
you know,
Combination of
Rolling
the world's
Stones
input and
said
output
time
energy right
is
here
on
we're
our
watching
side.
every day in the market.
That's right.
Good feeling.
Reminds me of
And
my
that is
feeling.
the exact approach
favorite
that I took
Abraham
to it.
Lincoln quote,
I believe
"Take the
it'll
long
do
from
every bit as
213,
good as
you
the
moron."
weatherman as far as guiding
Damn, Lincoln said that?
weather direction,
Gettysburg Address.
bare measure pressure, etc. I'm going to try that. But right now it's the market. This is what it was geared towards.
13,
and
you
it
moron.
is for myself and others. And on
Pretty
the
good.
one end of the stick, helping a homeless man off the street.
I thought the
Actually,
last thing you
there's a
said was
gentleman
Mary.
here
These
that
are
I
great
did
tickets.
just that. I had the opportunity. Universe timing is everything. Yeah, this timing is great too. Universe is
Oh, no.
giving me
Tough
the
to soon,
opportunity to help a
soon?
homeless
I
man
get
off
no
the street
respect. I
using
get no
CrawtooLs.
respect at all.
His name is Jeff Weir,
Oh, man.
WEIR. His
can talk like Rodney.
he just started with Top Step. He's here every day with me. Has been for the past 2 weeks, maybe 2.5 weeks now, playing this. And I think 2 weeks. 2 weeks playing this. He has 10 days left, I believe. That's what he said today.
213.
And he'll be here tomorrow too.
All right, John.
And you'll see me for the first time tomorrow on Top Step.
Sure. Here we go. 71% short.
I'll chime on in. CrawtooLs Cares is one of my handles on Twitter. I have 4
squeezed here. 72% short now from 220s. Last trade, 226.
We are seeing Apple also holding at the VWAP here, 224 spot 71. It's doing the London Bridges pattern, but it is actually holding up here. We aren't seeing a lot of equities diving down. We are seeing NVIDIA flirting with breaking the 9 EMA to the downside. We're seeing Microsoft potentially breaking down back into the VWAP here, but I'm not seeing big selling on the tape right now. It's just, it's orderly selling.
Got the 213s. Would you do it? Would you dip a toe in the water? Yeah, would you dip a toe in the water if we come back to them? Rips.
Well, I'd like to see a tuck back below and then a huge bid stack showing up, showing that there's people that are willing to pick up the pieces below 213. We're drifting so slowly, so there might be an opportunity there, but we'll see. Let the market tell us.
Well, I got all but one of my bids filled in NVIDIA on that last break to the downside. All but one.
Nice.
Make you happy.
I am with their Hogue. I had a lot of my put options allow me to get in, and a couple of them expired, worthless, which is great. That's what you do, right? Don't you love when things work out like that?
Love it when a plan comes together.
Yes.
Let's trade 228s. It was going to take a little bit more energy to push higher here again.
Yeah, I think we missed that. The trade at the 213s. It's okay. It's a fine missed opportunity there.
It's not going to kill us.
For a second.
Yeah, I mean, we kissed those 213s and went straight back up. So it's a missed trade. That's one of the trades where you could leave a resting order, but you could also leave a resting order and get booty blasted through the way down. You know, if it breaks through those 213s and it just keeps dropping.
Booty blasted.
What? It's a technical term, Eddie. Technical term. It's actually, I think it's going to be on the Series 3 test.
That would be incredible.
Booty blast.
All right.
B for booty.
Let's maybe not put that one on the vocabulary.
Yeah,
Chad's loving it. Chad's loving
it. Delta is positive 3,125 in the S&P is currently, and positive 1,900 in the NASDAQ. Positive. Not real deep. Not real deep.
Keep an eye on crude. Crude's still teetering lower a little bit. Low of the day, $73.11. Last trade, $73.25.
I'm curious if anybody in chat caught those 213s. I know I didn't. I don't think anybody here on stage did, but I don't know. Did anybody catch that trade off the 213s?
We talked about it, and then we didn't do it.
I mean, that was a sick trade if you got it. You're up 33 points right now, or 23 points. Nice.
Well, we talked about it. We just didn't act.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. It happens to the best of us. Up 30 points now.
It does happen.
Ooh.
It does happen.
We have returned to the point of control. The daily point of control is sitting here at 240 evens. It did get pushed up from where it was prior to that, back down at 185. So a lot of trading going on up here between 240 and 260. This is a comfortable area for the market to either reject or find that continuation for a breakout of 257s. So just using market profile and the information the market's giving us. It's a shame we missed that trade off of 213s, but I certainly wasn't prepared to make that fast of a trade. I thought we'd get a little bit more of a slowdown at that area, but instead it was a harsh rejection, which I guess you could say that it gave you more of an impetus to send it in long there.
All right. I got 2 minutes here, and I will be right back. We're not at risk of taking any trades in the next 2 minutes, are we?
Coffee break, Hogue. Coffee break. Go get some coffee. Go get some Joe.
I mean, yeah, we're good. We're good. I mean,
Be
it
right
got
back.
right up to what 260, 270, and that was the high of October 6th and October 4th and 6th. And sure enough, it became resistance. So
we moved today. Again, we got Bostic speaking about an hour, 20 minutes. Got the 3-year note auction. 15 minutes.
I think that's going to be the biggest piece of news today, Andre, is going to be that 3-year note auction. I think that's going to be the most movement that we'll see from an event-driven price action movement in the market today will be coming from that 3-year note auction. Keep in mind now, we are rejecting just slightly below that point of control. But yeah, I do believe that 3-year note auction will give us the most liquidity entering or exiting the market at that time, but probably will be locked up by that time. Kind of losing. Yeah. Wow, there's a huge flush there. Holy smokes. See if we have any information here. Nothing coming across the wire so far.
Take a look. Take a look.
Thank you, Eddie. Keep an eye on gold and crude. Chilling down by the lows still. Gold about $1 off the lows, 26.29. Hogue's had his eye on the 26.50 level. Crude, about 10 cents off the lows. Last trade, 73.23. So a big sell order came in there in the NASDAQ. About a 20, 25 point sell off there. Last trade, 20,222. 57.85 last trade in ES. Nothing shown on the tilt.
Yeah,
you see 72%
share on London close.
Oh, thank you, Eddie. Or maybe we wait for that and then perhaps take another trade. We just see 72% short NASDAQ from right about these prices. Still probably taking a little heat, but not as much. Let me take a quick peek at the 10-year yield, because I know there's been some eyes on that as we've been above 4%. The market gets jittery. Equities, that is, gets jittery. A little nervous, skittish, if you will, when we're above 4%. Last yield print 4.03% on the 10-year. Yes, Gabe, please do. Gabe's ready. Come on in. I think I know what you want to talk about.
All right.
What's up, Gabe?
Yeah, what's going on, everybody?
What's happening, Gabe?
What's happening? You know, my heart is heavy today, but at the same time, I'm happy to be here with y'all. We realize there's a lot happening in the world between global conflict, natural disasters, and much more. While we understand this may not connect with everybody geographically, nor do we really believe in comparing tragedy, we do want to shine some light on the recent devastation in the southeastern United States due to Hurricane Helene recently. And unfortunately, there is a Category 5 hurricane, Milton, set to make landfall this week, giving people very little time to recover, prepare, and evacuate. Behind the scenes, Top Step has been researching and vetting some organizations that are on the ground, providing aid to those in need. While we prepare to make our own contributions as a company, we want to share these organizations with our community in case you feel led to make a contribution yourself. Our hearts go out to all those who were and will be impacted by these disasters. And of course, we are praying for peace and protection for all of those affected. And we strongly urge those that are in Milton's path to evacuate if you are able. Sending love to everybody's way. There's obviously a lot of material online, photo devastation that you can see. I'm here in Tampa, supposed to get 8 to 12 feet of storm surge if we do get a direct impact. Helene hit the Big Bend of Florida, which is about 150 miles off the coast or away from Tampa. And Tampa still ended up getting 5 to 8 feet of storm surge, causing some loss of life, unfortunately. So there's just a lot to prepare for. Thankfully, the governor of Florida is pretty prepared for, to put it bluntly, he's got pretty much all hands on deck, opening up debris removal 24/7 over the last 48 hours, doing their best to help the citizens of Florida prepare. But that's pretty much all I have for you guys. But yeah, prayers to everybody in the path of Milton. We'll keep everybody posted as we learn more about landfall that's supposed to take place tomorrow. But back to you guys.
Thanks, Gabe. Yeah, it's tough to hear. Not easy, but yes, stay safe.
Yes. You know, I love.
I guess the silver lining to that is the fact that Milton has decreased in strength. Yesterday, it was printing numbers over 200 miles per hour. It has since weakened down to 145. Hopefully, it continues to weaken before it makes landfall on Wednesday evening. Anybody out in Florida, prayers up for you folks out there.
Yeah, be smart. Don't be a hero.
Yep. There and around the world.
100%, Dakota. Well done, Gabe. Appreciate that for coming in.
Yes, thank
All
you,
right.
Gabe. That was very nice.
Got Euro close in less than 60 seconds. So let's chop it around here. See if we got push. NASDAQ 100. Come on, man. Let's trade 20,235. Gold, could you see more sellers? Gold, where do we sell off? What's up, Dakota?
We had 13s there twice. You just had to have the
second time was a little hairy.
Whatever you want to call it, bravery to buy 13 on those moves.
Yeah, it's crazy. We actually hit that same price again, those 13s again, and it acted again perfectly. But yeah, honestly, wasn't even looking at my trading platform. Wasn't at all. So again, another opportunity for you folks who were trading those 13s back up to the balance area of 40s and 50s.
All right, London has closed. See if that we get that out of the way. See if the buyers want to push this higher now. Maybe there's some profit taking going into European close. And they want to take another leg higher. Last trade, 57.89 is Hoag's favorite price, 57.89 in the S&Ps. 57.89.
Yeah,
So we got the 90s.
Gold ripped right through weekly kickoff low, 26.36 even. There's also an afternoon pullback low right there, and a couple of other reasons why that was put there. But this is a a potential market state change, not only just from range bound, but to possibly some downside continuation here in gold. Here it is on the 30-minute chart. So we have the market opening, looking like leaving the opening range at the dead ass high. How do I miss these? No, almost the dead high. But there's a gap down below that a gap close would take us down to 26.1830. Another visual could be down to 26.0620. But sometimes these gap closes do provide a degree of support for a period of time. So be careful if you're just looking to barrel into shorts here. Just make sure you're smart and find a way to limit your risk on that. Interesting day.
Yes.
Yeah, we experienced Euro close here. There's not a lot of liquidity being exchanged. I'm not really surprised on a day like today where we talked about the market internals about an hour ago, where we saw the same thing that we've been seeing all day, where it's just lower participation today. Everybody's kind of waiting for the news that's coming at the tail end of this week. I don't think that we're going to continue to see much participation as the day bleeds out until we have that 3-year note auction. And outside of that, I don't expect much of an exchange to happen, especially when we're seeing Euro close so weak. What are you
want to answer a question in chat here?
No, yes, chat makes me laugh sometimes.
I think I see what you're saying.
Chat cracks me
If
up.
I can,
So
I'd like to answer Charles Chapman on chat. He was asking, does your analysis of open interest show an indication that gold was undergoing serious profit taking up there in the balance area? Charles, no, it was really just kind of waffling up there. It wasn't really showing, possibly initially off the high. I'd have to go a little bit further back to look at that. We saw some liquidation. I think we probably saw some liquidation here on the 13th, which was on the 30th, which was last Monday. But overall, the open interest has largely been waffling. So What that tells me is that traders are kind of evening up, inventories are evening up, and the move away from the current area of balance is likely to have a lot more strength to it because nobody's too short to push this market lower. Nobody's too long to push the market higher. So that's why I'm being very cautious about. I don't want to fight this downside move. There is a lot of space that can continue to attract price lower in gold. So it is a balance break and a potential change in the longer time frame of an upside move to a potential downside move into maybe some more consolidation. So in answer to your question, did not see a whole bunch of liquidation up there, but we did see a whole lot of contracts changing hands day over day. It was up one day, down one day, open interest, up one day, up, down one day, up one day, down one day. That's it. That's inventory evening out for the next move, which makes the potential for this break to the downside have more potential probability of continuation, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Like it. You go, C-Man. Got asked and answered. All right, this point, fast markets. Seems like the markets are taking a bit of a breather. Not gold, though. Gold is not taking a breather. Gold continues to sell off here.
Now it's probably going to take out this gap to the downside, which could take us down to 26.1830. I would be surprised to see if it didn't. I would be surprised if it didn't make it all the way to the other extreme once it's inside of the gap. And quickly, be careful, folks.
So still about $7 more of room to the downside. We'll keep an eye on that. Equities, NASDAQ, ES, and YM. Taking a bit of a breather. See if we can another push higher now that London close is behind us. But before that, throw it to JD. JD, we got some VIP leaderboard updates. Uh-oh, what do we got, JD?
Yeah, we're going to go super high level here. We're just going to take a look at the top 5 players on each team real quick. We could start with Coach J's Lunatics. There they are. We got Travis, Dana, Jack, Johnny, and Allison. Travis still the lone XFA trader on Coach J's Lunatics. He's also taking a payout. 65% winning trade percentage and a nice $4,269 account balance. Dana's next up, trading the trading combine. She's only $106 away from passing. We reached out to Dana today, see if we can get her on for Pass with the Pros. So that might be something coming up. All right, let's move over to Coach Ray's Stop Hunters. Monique's still on top of the Stop Hunters. She did drop overall, number 2 now overall. Then Ashley, Jeremy, Raffle, and Steve. Top 4 traders on the Stop Hunters are all trading in XFAs. Steve down there is the lone trading combine trader. He's a little more, just about $1,900 away from completing the trading combine, moving into that XFA. We got a couple negative account balances in the XFAs right now. Jeremy and Raffle, I'm sure Coach Ray is talking to them, trying to right the ship as we speak. Steven, 93% winning trade percentage too. Maybe we should reach out to him too and see if we can get him on Pass with the Pros. That could be a good one. All right, on to the market makers. The market makers did lose a trader, Rishi. They had 3 traders in the XFA yesterday. The lost one to a max loss limit yesterday. We're going to take a look at a trading card for Rishi in just a second. But we still have Scott and Daniel trading the XFA. Daniel took a little drawdown, but hasn't lost the account just yet. And we got James, Joseph, and Jean-Pierre fighting their hearts out. Still got a little wood to chop before getting into those XFAs. But that trader that we lost on the market makers, Rishi K. This is the old school trading card. We got some new ones coming, but I just wanted to show something for him. Trading the NASDAQ, micro NASDAQ, hit that max loss limit yesterday. Decent numbers all around, solid risk to reward. Took a small payout. So the VIP experience did pay off for this trader. Unfortunately, it just took one bad day, and that was it. All around, the numbers look good, though. 69% winning days, 44% winning trade percentage. Almost nearly 2-to-1 risk reward. The math was on this trader's side until yesterday. Just one little hiccup, and that was it for Rishi. But thanks for playing, Rishi. And good luck to you and the rest of your trading combines and XFAs. All right, here we go, folks. Yeah, what's up?
No, say get your cameras ready. Get your screenshots ready, JD.
Oh, for the
It's
leaderboard?
Cam's ready.
Oh, I took a big loss yesterday, so I'm probably
no.
off like 5 spots.
Dakota.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's all right. You're still in the top 5. Oh no, you're sorry. Number 6 on the board today. Let's pull it up.
Ooh,
There we go.
outside looking in, Dakota.
Mm.
You seem very good.
You hear that? Sounds like there's a bear down there. I'm going to get trapped. Wait a minute. How can there be a bear down there? Barely possible.
There it is. Take your screenshots. Dakota, number 6. Top 5, Rafa, Marvin, Bryant, C, and Adam. Adam and Christian, I should say. Christian had that huge $150,000 winning day last Friday. We talked about him yesterday a couple of times. Still maintaining that decent balance right now. 151,772 in their account at the moment. That's the current balance plus payouts, but no payouts taken. So huge day for Christian the other day, still maintaining it. Dakota dropped a couple spots, 6th place right now. And then we've got Nick for a tick down there in 18th place. He fell a couple spots also. A few traders to note
And look
here.
how close everybody is right
I know.
there.
Not a lot of huge
bunched
movement.
up.
Mhm.
One day you can move from 2nd or basically 3rd to 8th.
Bryant,
That's so cool.
Bryant C here. C moved from 12th to 3rd place yesterday. Adam moved from 11th to 4th. Yeah, it's pretty wide open. And everybody in here is, with the exception of one trader, was in the top 40 yesterday. So
Good stuff.
not a lot of huge movement on the board. Couple traders to note, though. Rohini there in 9th place. Rohini moved up from 28th place after profiting $37,000 across 5 XFAs yesterday. Bushchin in 12th place made $17,000 across 5 XFAs. Moved from, where did Bushchin just go? 12th place. Moved from 34th to 12th place. And then Antoine down here in 15th place, moved from 47th up to 15th, profiting roughly $50,000 in 5 XFAs trading the NASDAQ. So those are your big movers on the board from yesterday. Again, not a whole lot of huge movement. Anybody can take over this board at really any time. So,
Gee, that makes sense. It was a quiet market yesterday for first 4 hours. Maybe people kind of just called it a day before the market did have that big sell-off. And maybe that's why we saw very little movement. I don't know. But yes, today's a different day. We did see the movement today. So we might see some movement in the leaderboard going into tomorrow. So make sure you stay tuned to that. Thanks, JD.
you got it. Catch you later, guys.
Yep, good
Thank
stuff.
you.
All right, fellas, we got about 16 minutes left here in Fast Markets. Got our moves. Markets are kind of trading sideways a little bit. Last trade 57.88 in the ES. I've seen those prices for a bit now. Dakota, you
I'm
keep
not
that bull
seeing
behind you
anything.
for the rest of the day.
Yeah. This will be the rest of the day. I'm in my live account, and here we go again. If you could see my screen, gonna go ahead and lock this one up.
Nice.
Yeah.
Way to go, buddy.
Rips,
hope
I'm
you
going to ask you a
get-
question. I'm sorry. go
Talk to
ahead,
me, John.
Dakota.
No, my question would be: a
How
little bit
concerned do you
longer.
get when the volume point of control ends up at one extreme of the profile?
I use it as a target. Right now, the volume point of control for today's session is fixed around that 240 level. That to me says that's going to be a magnet for price, especially as we are trading very low volume right now.
Do you see that occasionally as an accumulation level for traders looking in the opposite direction of the day time frame?
It depends. Today we have news that is weighted, so I feel like it's an area where we will see delta neutrality. So if we do get to that area, it's where most of the books are hedged delta neutral.
Okay, just asking, as I've seen at times when when the point of control is really close to the extreme of the session, sometimes a move in the opposite direction will take place. I don't see it as that important right now. It's more important in the S&Ps because the volume point of control is right where we're trading right now, 89.25.
Same goes for the NASI right
extreme.
now as well. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
definitely a lot of transactions taking place up here. I think there's an equal exchange of people getting sort of delta neutral here, even though we do have an outpaced delta and we're not neutral in either books. I feel that independently, if you're looking over the course of multi-day swings or even multi-week swings, there's probably a lot more delta neutrality than not at this level.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, thanks, man. Dakota, you were going to say something?
What's the
Yeah, so did
What's
you
happening,
catch that? My session last night, Hogue, on my goal for the next 5 quarters until the end of 2025.
Yes.
Hold on.
$1 million
thoughts on
account.
it? Like, yeah. So, and maybe you could
put
your opinion in here, Rips, because I'm really curious. You're my trading partner, my
Talk to
trading
me.
buddy. I'm really reaching to trade this live account that you guys see in front of you. Slow, consistent, and normal, whatever your definition of normal is. But you can see I just locked it out plus 2,000. And I want to keep doing this, but then continue to trade more aggressive on like combines and XFAs, and then work my way. And then by the end of next year, my goal is to have a $1 million live account trading at Top Step X, and understanding like your opinion, Hogue, and your opinion, Rips, on you don't need to be that aggressive. And like, what's your overall thoughts on that?
Well, I know that
Well, if you
when I
averaged,
commented-
go ahead.
I know that when I commented last night, like you said you were going to be doing that and being much more aggressive in your XFAs and in trading combines. My comment or my question was, what are you trying to fix? You know, you're a great trader. You just doing what you're doing. If you keep making good decisions and managing your risk and the way you trade, I could see you being at $1 million account by the end of halfway through next year.
Fair.
G's a day.
Fair. And so
There's somebody in chat here. Big K says you're gloating. No, he's not gloating. He's explaining what his trade plan is. And if anything, you ought to be inspired by somebody like Dakota. They're not gloating. They're showing what's possible. And somebody like you with a response like that is probably somebody who doesn't see that as a possibility in their life. Understand that it is possible for people to do it. You could be one of those people if you just opened up your possibilities a little bit more and you believed in yourself a little bit more instead of bringing that type of negativity into chat. Dakota,
Yeah, man.
to answer your question, I think you can do it. Yeah, you just have to believe in yourself. Stop sitting here spouting off negativity, telling somebody that they're gloating. Yeah. They're inspiring you. They're showing you what's possible, what you can be doing on Top Step. Dakota is one of those people who I think can absolutely do it. I think that your goal is nice. I think that having that aggression in your XFAs is a good thing. And I think that you will reach that goal sooner than later.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure it's clear and understanding is I have that size of account on my personal accounts, options, and what I currently do. It's not a stretch by any means. The idea behind this is to show traders the process of going through it to get there, because I know a lot of traders aspire like, what's the possibility to do that in futures? Like, is it possible? And then do you have to be risking your entire account balance? Do you have to have this huge risk in order to make all this money? And hopefully I could show traders it's not about a marathon sprint where you YOLO accounts or you just trade this enormous size trying to hit these big winning days. And it's more about a marathon. And I'm talking the end of next year, not by this month or by the end of this month, I'm going to make $1 million. No, it's a slow, consistent, long grind where there's going to be ups, there's going to be downs to get that overall goal. So I'm hoping to show traders that it's a possibility and here's how to run a marathon, and hopefully, show and teach by showing and doing that in front of everybody, and not like, look, I made $1 million. No, because anybody could go through and just purchase a ton of combines or XFAs or throw money into personal brokerage account and just go for it, and over a period of a year, maybe they get lucky a few times, and they could, flaunt that dollar amount. But it's less about that and more about the consistency and showing that I have that goal, and I just locked out of my live account with $2,000, which is amazing. That's great. Anything above $1,000, anything above $500, I'm happy with, and hopefully I should be able to show that. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Go ahead.
I already see you doing it, and I'm behind you 100%.
Perfect. There's gonna be some ups and downs, just like today.
Always
I
is.
would expect there to be some ups and downs. Dakota, you got this. Everyone gives Dakota some support. Man, 2025 going big, man. Man, Dakota.
I'm putting it out there so you guys could follow and ask me questions and hold me accountable. Yeah.
Yeah, and some people might call that goal lofty, but I think that you're setting up yourself for success with this goal. You have a broad-based goal where you're saying by the end of next year, which gives you plenty of time, and you're allowing people to peek behind the curtain here with your full transparency and keep people, up to date with your progress on this goal. So I'm inspired already by your mission here, and I think it's fantastic.
Get them, Dakota.
Yeah,
Love
and
it.
it's not unrealistic. I mean, this year I'm sitting close to 400K, and I gave myself a D grade because I made some horrible. I mean, they're not horrible mistakes, but yeah, there's always room for improvement. We'll see. We'll see how it goes, and then hopefully I could show everything. And that's one thing I love about Top Step is the transparency, and that you guys are going to see absolutely everything: the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Dakota, Andrew Kim says you're not gloating, you're goading. I like it.
Oh, man, words. I love it. All right, fellas, we got about 8 minutes left here in Fast Markets. Got the moose. Bulls were strong today. Actually, he's taking a bit of a sideways breather right now. Maybe we'll get another push higher here. We need some more energy. Got, like Rip said, we got the 3-year coming up in a little bit. Boston coming up in less than an hour now. But one of my new bits we're doing here, one of my new little segments within a segment we're doing here on Fast Markets, we're doing jab, jab, jab. All right. We'll throw it to Eddie. Eddie's going to explain what is jab, 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 and why is it important to us?
Well, you know what it is a lot of us here in the community work very hard to pass the trading combine. And some of us posted here. And what we want to do is we want to highlight those traders who are passing combines, who are rising from the negative trades to the positive days. And there's a lot going on here. And whatever is shared here, we're going to pick it out, cherry pick it, and bring it to jab, 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 because those that are jab, jab, jamming are traders that are moving forward. So, are we ready with it? We good to go? Think so. Okay. In this corner, wearing the Top Step socks, the trader who never gives up and works hard to be successful and moves forward in his education and always uses a stop. Top Step Tommy Trader. And in this corner, the other corner, chasing the market like a damn fool, the trader who gives up, doesn't expand his education, and is so stupid he thought Tupac Shakur was a Jewish holiday. Let's get ready to rumble. And who we've got here today, let's take a look here. Ransom Baggins. I passed my first combine. Way to go, Ransom. Jay Hilton passed 250K combines. Discipline needs tightening. Slim Jim just passed 150K combine. Congratulations. Bob L. Thank you. I was down 1,500 on the XFA, stepped away, back, now up 450, and locked out time. Yeah, use that lockout button. I tell you, it saved your butt. Also, Slim Jim, we passed another 50K combine. I think that's just a repeat. Israel Takeman down 200, lock it in. Tomorrow's another day. Now, there's a smart trader not seeing a market, locking it out, and not risking any more bad trades. JC, down 1,600 this morning, now up 209. Thanks to Rip. Good job. Thanks, Rip. Lockout 50K XFA. Angel passed the combine. Congratulations. Archie Thompson, 730 up on the combine for the day. Locked out 1K until I pass. Got some smart traders here, and congratulations on those that passed, and congratulations on you making the right decision. Remember, jab, jab, jab. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Yes, jab, jab, jab. Green boxing gloves. I like that. Marcus was cooking today. All right, well, we'll roll right into jab, 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 right into appreciations. All right, at this point in time, we do like to do appreciations. What are you thankful for? There it is. What are you thankful for today? Let us know in the chat, first and foremost. In the chat, what are you appreciative for on this Tuesday? On this Tuesdays, we do keep creeping higher here on Q&ES. But yes, what are you appreciative for on this Tuesday? Once the chat gets cooking a little bit, we'll let that marinate in there for just a second, and then we'll throw it to Eddie. Eddie, coming off jab, jab, jab. What are you appreciative for today, Eddie? I'm appreciative when you are unmuted on that microphone, Eddie.
Oh, I appreciate that. If anybody can pass ahead to my $5, there you go. Hey, I'm appreciative it's October. I love fall. I love the cool weather. Love having those windows open, nice cool breeze coming in. Yeah. That's what I'm appreciative of. Thank you, Mother Nature. Well, then again,
love it.
Down in Florida, she's being a real bitch. But anyway, here in Chicago, yeah.
Shout out to. All right, throw it to Hogue. Mr. Hoagland, what are you appreciative for on this Tuesday?
As always, my God, my family, and my country, and I appreciate all those organizations that are on the ground helping everybody that has just been so overwhelmed by the weather in South Carolina and other places, and what's going to happen in Florida. And I appreciate all of them, and I appreciate the fact that I am able to help contribute to that. I think it's a wonderful thing to do. If you can't be there yourself, help them with some donations, and continue to pray for all those that are in the path and have been in the path, and pray for peace every day.
Thank you, Hogue. All right, throw it to Mr. Rips. Nice trade today, Rips. What are you thankful for?
Thankful for, of course, God up top. Always thankful for my family. Thankful for everybody, speaking of family, here in Top Step TV chat. Big shout out to all the moms that are watching out there. Big shout out to you, Dakota. Both of you folks, very talented trading here today. I really appreciate the insight that both of you gave me on a lot of the trades that we're taking today. So I really do appreciate that. And Andre, for always keeping the show moving. I really appreciate you as a host. You always keep things running, well-oiled, and always enjoy being a guest here on Top Step TV. So thank you very much.
Too kind. Very nice. Checks in the mail, Rips. All right, Dakota, what are you appreciative for on this Tuesday?
Couldn't have said it better myself. I love trading with trading buddies. Honestly, you Rips, Coach Jay, big shout out, everybody here. I love it. And then thankful for tomorrow. One big thing that really got me over my trading was you will never make lasting changes in your life if you're trading unless you don't forgive yourself. If you don't forgive yourself, then it's very hard to move forward.
Oh, well said, Dakota. I'm appreciative for new guests like coming up next. First, making his first appearance on Top Step TV. Cannot wait to have him on the other side of this. Power Players, we got Steve and Pete joining us on Top Step TV. Everyone, stay tuned. More Top Step TV coming up next. Let's go.
Here on the trading floor, we used to try to copy the best traders. Well, when you're trading at your best, sometimes you want to scale that up. And now, Top Step X allows you to do that. We have a trade copy functionality so you can copy your trades into other accounts and scale up your trading platform when you are trading at your best.
Top Step was created from an idea born out of the trading pits in Chicago. The idea that we could provide traders education, access, experience, and capital to use in the markets. A decade later, with tens of thousands of traders in over 100 different countries, we know exactly what our traders want. That gave us another idea to build a platform specifically for our traders and their unique needs.
Wait, a trading platform and an evaluation company in one? Does that exist?
Well, it does now.
Introducing TopStep X, the first of its kind trading platform built by and for futures traders, creating the first end-to-end ultimate trading experience. TopStep X is purpose-built for your unique needs, using over a decade of insights, customer feedback, and experience. Featuring integrated licensed trading view charts, our proprietary trading indicator, the Tilt, a built-in trade copier, our own dedicated data feed direct from the CME, and even a live stream of TopStep TV. And get this, with our extra fast connection, once you sign up, you are trading within 30 seconds. No connection instructions needed. It's web-based, so you can use it on your Mac or PC, with a dedicated mobile app for iOS and Android coming very soon. We haven't just built a trading platform. TopStep X is a fully immersive trading environment, and it will continue to evolve with new features, becoming your go-to source for trade execution and funding, education, community, support, and even entertainment. Oh yeah, never pay any commissions on TopStep X. That's right, TopStep X is the only platform in the futures industry that has no commissions. Experience the future today.
Welcome, everybody, making his first appearance on Top Step TV Power Players. We got Steve P joining us from Panama City, Florida. Steve P, welcome to Top Step TV. You are now a Power Player. What's up, man?
Nothing much, man. Thank you for having me. It's been a wide open morning, right?
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. Indeed. Of course, to the right, I like that scruffed yellow time. Is that the fall look? You're looking very, very.
It is. It is. This is the fall edition. This is the PSL beard.
PSL beard. Excellent. Dolby time. We got Steve P in the house. Steve, talk to us. This question I always ask everybody. How did you find Top Step and how did Top Step find you?
You know, I probably have a similar story to a lot of people, especially now, like Forex traders and people that kind of went that route. And then they just kind of saw what was happening to the industry and the market. And the fact that, in my opinion, it's almost rigged because you've got this kind of over-the-counter market where you have brokers in the middle that are like taking the other side of your trade. So that just got really old. And honestly, I just did some Googling and I found Top Step and futures, and I was like, wow, these charts are exactly the same. Like, why doesn't everybody do this?
Like that. And you search Top Step on Google, you found us, and you were not disappointed. I do believe you've passed 5 combines today, Steve. Is that true?
That is true. It's been kind of a wide open morning here. Good stuff, you guys had first invited me to, it was actually early morning, kind of like blowbacks. But I was a bit of an early riser. So at 5:30 this morning, I passed 5 combines with the copy trader on Top Step X.
Right, Dolby time.
That's awesome. What was the trade that you ended up taking?
I was just trading. I was trading NQ on the way down, and before we kind of got into this consolidation area, and now we're right back up.
Love it, Steve. Okay. Love it, Steve. All right, Dolby time. Well, we got the house account open. We got Steve P in the house here on Power Players. Steve P, I hear you like to trade the NASDAQ. So talk us through your routine. What technical indicators you use? What's your trading strategy?
Yeah, I depend a lot on price action and momentum. I know Dobie over there is not much of a momentum trader. I can only hope to be as good with ranges as he is. But I'm just really looking at
all the highs.
Yeah, that's right. That's all you. It's just that simple, isn't it?
Pretty much.
But I'm always looking for trend. I'm always looking at moving averages. Just kind of really basic, simple things. But a lot of times, if you just kind of keep it simple, it's not really a bad deal.
What is So you say you're a momentum trader. How long are you holding trades for in the NASDAQ?
Probably not very much longer than 25 minutes or so on average, but just enough to kind of get a piece of the move and then not put yourself at too much risk. You get greedy and bad things happen, right?
Yeah, that's like an eternity in NASDAQ, 25 minutes. So that's actually a pretty solid hold time then. And are you trading micros or E-minis?
I'm trading E-minis, and usually I know you guys are really big on scalping and looking at 1 minute or 30-second or 5-minute time frames, but usually I just kind of keep my chart at like the 30-minute. Honestly, it gives me just a better perspective on what's going on, and just to kind of see if there's a clear setup that you want to risk your capital with. But to each his own.
Wait, so you trade almost exclusively off the 30-minute chart?
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
that is really weird. Hey, chat, if you're out there,
I love it.
Do you trade on a 30-minute chart when you're trading NASDAQ? Most people are on like a 30-second chart. So how wide's your stop?
I usually just do it based on money, just because that's kind of the focus with the challenge and with trading a Top Step in general. So in the Top Step X risk settings, I always have it set as a $500 take profit, $500 loss, 1-to-1, just kind of as an emergency stop. And then when I get into the position, I'm going to adjust accordingly.
Okay, so you almost never take the full 500 then, right?
Yeah, no. I mean, sometimes you do, just because what do you guys say? The NASDAQ has a tendency to kind of rip your face off sometimes. So I have that in there just in case. But
that's been done.
Yeah,
that was all right.
Yeah.
All up in the chat here. Early trading day. I am up on the day, down the day. I am flat. Early return saying 56 are up on the day. We are flat right now, but we can change that. Dolby time. What are we seeing here in the NQ? I'm seeing the last trade 20,000, 228, 229 is now 30s trade as well. What are we seeing here? Probably lower end of the 5-minute range. I know Steve's looking at the 30-minute. Let's do the top-down approach, Dolby. Take us through your approach here when we take a look at the NQ.
Yeah, I got everything. I think I already marked up my chart. So for those playing along at home, RH and RL is range high and range low. So WRL is weekly range low, DRL daily range low, so on and so forth. What I was really looking at though was the daily range low and daily range high. We got up to 20,260, and we kind of triple topped there. So I was curious about shorts. They were never taken during fast markets, but I think the opportunity was pretty cheap. We like calling it a cheap trade. And then from there, I'm primarily looking at the 30-minute range, which is between 20,200 and 20,260. We've gotten pretty consolidated within this kind of range right here, about 60-point range. So probably looking for longs, even though we're in the middle of the range. Obviously, the best one would have been like buying 20,200, but I don't think we were on air then. So we are kind of bouncing back up. I would expect us to retest 20,000.
Did we lose Steve? Dolby, did we lose Steve?
I don't know. I'm here.
Hey, Steve! Steve, are you okay? You're in Florida?
I'm good. I'm sorry about that. I didn't realize.
Love you, Steve. Okay, Dolby time. Looking for perhaps a long, you say. I know we're trading around 31s. Steve, what are you seeing there on your side in terms of potential trade setups in the NQ?
Yeah, I'm taking a look at it now, and we've got this really nasty looking wick on the 30-minute or like a little bit of a higher time frame. And honestly, I don't like it. It just kind of looks like your capital might be at risk. But we had a really good setup. I mean, look, we had 2 hours of just straight up green candles, so you would expect a little bit of consolidation, right?
And we're getting it, yeah, especially at the highs too. Yeah, I mean, what's the midway point here for this 30-minute range? It'd be about 20,237.
Right on.
So we might get a little bit of resistance there. We'll see if this wants to head lower. And I just don't know if there's enough news to push NASDAQ lower, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think I would, if I had to be a buyer for doing a versatile challenge, I would buy it.
Yeah, Abe, what do you think
That's
about
how I base everything.
Yeah, the reverse. Look at the reversal challenge bleeding into your everyday trading.
Everyday life.
Everyday life. I like that. Steve's seeing a bit of consolidation here.
Yeah, I mean, it just really doesn't look like there's any really good setups here. It's kind of one of those things that's going to trap you and just lead your account to death.
Oof, never fun.
Yeah,
Never fun to be there, Steve. Steve, what time of day do you typically trade? What do you find to be most profitable time of day and least profitable time of day that you trade?
Well, yeah, I think that the better way to answer that question is maybe when should you not trade, right? So
Fair enough.
I find myself just like staring at the chart at 5 o'clock on Sunday during Globex, itching to get into a trade, but that's just always really, really bad. You're asking for trouble. I usually follow your guys' schedule. You know, it's good to start looking at the charts at 7 o'clock in the morning and then try to be done by 10:30 or 11 before things get choppy.
Oh, here we are. It's 11:20 right now, Central Time.
How did you arrive at NASDAQ for your primary market? Did you try any other markets?
Yeah, so I started with gold actually in the forex space. So kind of a weird story, if you guys don't mind me going on a little tangent here. But I used to hang out at this. Oh yeah, I used to hang out at this little cigar bar in Northwest Florida. It's like a Luke Bryan Short Thing Cigar Lounge or whatever. And after COVID had started and everybody was on this like really weird like meme stock frenzy, it was the first time I really ever traded a bunch, but I got really lucky with some fundamental stock trades. And I ended up just hanging out with this guy who's a really big like Forex trader. And, I'm sitting here smoking a cigar and just talking about how much I really dislike my corporate job and working in sales for like 13 years. And the guy looks over at me. He's like, Steve, I spend like $200,000 a year on car insurance. You could probably figure out how to make a living doing this. And
how much?
Yeah.
How much you spend on car insurance?
He said like $200,000, but he's a really, really big trader and great mentor and a great friend. So he didn't really show me what to do as much as he just said, read this book, read the Candlestick Bible, read this, take a class. And, it's just all about screen time and stuff. But that was, almost 4 years ago. And now this is like my primary income, my full-time job. So I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Oh, wow. So you traded that for trading and now you trade for a living.
Yeah. It started with meme stocks, right? Just kind of comparing notes. I was like, hey, I got lucky and I made a bunch of money just trading something during COVID and just kind of went from there.
Incredible. And here we are, Steve. Here we are. I'd love to sit down and have a cigar, maybe a glass of scotch with you, Steve. We can kick back and just share some trading stories. Right now, we are looking to take a trade here in the NASDAQ. Let's go on the horn a little bit, see what's happening in other markets. I know everyone's keeping an eye on gold. Gold did see a nice sell-off, about $24 sell-off when we hit the highs earlier this morning. Bottomed out around 26 or 23, off about $10 from that last trade, 26.33. Last trade. Take a look at the ES 57.87. We've been seeing these prices for quite some time. Dow just not doing a whole heck of a lot right now. NASDAQ just chilling. Last trade 20,232.
Mm-hmm. Very stuck. Any other markets that are fun? Man, crude oil would have been a fun trade today.
Yeah,
crude was.
We spend too much time on the NQ, Dre. We spend too much time.
We spend too much time on the NQ. It's a loaded question. The answer is yes, because most of our traders are trade NQ. So yes, it's directly correlated to what our. I mean, I'd say about 5 years ago, we'd probably be trading crude mostly.
100% would be trading crude. 5 years ago? Yeah,
5
maybe.
years ago.
That's cutting it pretty close. Yeah.
Pre-COVID, I think.
Question from chat. Oh, go ahead.
No, you'll go. What's that? Does Steve use any indicators?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, read my mind. You're also reading chat.
I know. I just read the chat. I read the same chat.
On the same page.
Steve, they got a question for you in the chat. Dolby has a question for you as well. Do you use any indicators?
Yeah, absolutely. And I was just kind of going around the horn with you. It looks like the only good setup that I'm seeing right now is in gold because it looks like it just had a reversal and a doji on the 30-minute. But yeah, I use 3 different moving averages, really 4 different moving averages. I use the RSI just to kind of see if the market is overbought or oversold. And then one kind of unique thing that I do, or something that maybe most people don't, is I set the ATR to a period 1 average, and it kind of works as like a volume oscillator.
Oh, can you say that again? That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I set the average true range, the ATR. Most people have it set, I think, at like 14. But if you set it at
14.
1, just for that single period moving average for the day, as that number increases or expands, you can use it as a volume indicator essentially, which is just it's a lot cleaner on the chart to see. I know if the number spikes up really high, we've got a lot of momentum, and if it's abnormally low, there's probably not much going on.
Wow, that's actually I never heard about that. That's kind of cool, actually.
Yeah,
period.
I got that from my buddy. The average true range there, because really it's used in kind of like algo or bot trading. But you can apply that as a range, as a volume indicator. So it's good, man.
Cool. What is the setup that you saw on gold? Like, what price you want to get long or short at, and where would your stop be?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a great trade. I'm looking here. It looks like you could more of a tight stop at 26, 28. But I'm just kind of looking at the reversal on that 30-minute chart. Looks like a really clean reversal setup. We've gone from just completely selling off to kind of a retest. And then I'm looking at the moving averages here. And again, I'm sorry I didn't share my charts. I wasn't really prepared, but I will next time if I ever come back on. It looks like all of the EMAs are compressed at around 26.43. So if I was just going to bet, it'll probably rise to that level and then reverse.
Okay, so you're bullish.
Sounds like he's bullish. All right, he's bullish. Well, we got a bit of a pullback here. 20.
Where'd you get long?
I would get long right now if I was going to get in a trade, but I don't like the idea of forcing a trade necessarily. I mean, to each his own.
Well,
going to preserve capital.
What's your confidence? What's your confidence level?
Yeah,
I was looking at all the other markets; they just look like choppy, and this was the only one that I could see a clear pattern. So that was from my.
We'll do size.
I literally have my button open to join.
Yeah, we'll do the size based on your confidence. What's your confidence right now?
I would probably do it looks like it's kind of reversing. Honestly, I would start with a 2 lot. That's the other thing that I usually do. You guys might call it dollar cost averaging or scaling in or whatever, but based on the parameters with the prop firm, you always want to protect that $3,000 a day or whatever. So if I ever see a move, I'll always enter with like a 2 lot, usually NASDAQ, and then you can scale it up like 4, 6, 8, 10. But as soon as it goes against you, you just get out. That's the only strategy that I've ever found that works in this environment. But it's a little bit different than what you guys do.
What would be your stop loss? Say we got long 26.32. What's your stop?
I would keep it tight, man. It looks like honestly the stop would be just right below that at like 26.30. But it just kind of depends on what the candle's doing. It looked like a really clean reversal setup.
I've heard enough.
It also kind of
I got a thesis.
Yeah.
We're in. We get the 29s, Dolby. Tell me we got the 29s. What he said initially. Tell me we got 29s.
No, we might get 32s.
Okay, I'll take that. Steve, we got to be quick and decisive.
32.8. Not filled yet.
Yeah. And the other thing we can do, if you want, it looks like on the NQ, we went down and touched the moving averages. Let me see which ones here.
Yeah, sorry, CL.
Yeah.
Long.
It looks like we went down and
we're in,
touched
babies.
the 9 EMA on the NQ and then bounced back off of it. It might go back up.
It might be. Right. ES is trying to. Yes, it's chugging higher. What's our position here, Dolby Time? House account position.
Yeah, house account long 2632 8.8. And you said where's the stop at? You said it's tight, right? Like 2632 evens.
Yeah, I had it right below there, like 29. We're talking about gold, right? Yeah. So like 29 would be a good place to stop, just because if the move fails, it's gonna fail. But if it continues to get momentum and go up, then you might see a nice little profit on that.
Okay.
Gold,
we're in gold now, Dre. Oh yeah.
I kept looking for 2632s on the NASDAQ. I'm like, what price did he get? That is all right, 2632. All right, cool. All right, we're in gold, baby. Okay. GC.
Yep. What's your, and you said your price target would be around what, 2643? We have those compressed EMAs.
Yeah, it looked like the if it was going to go up, it would want to stop at 2643 right now. But it also looks like it's really not moving. Like we had this really nice clean reversal, and then now we got a doji with a kind of a wick on it in a longer time frame. So I'm really not sure about this one, to be honest with you. But everything else in the market just kind of looked like chaos. So trying to find something.
Well, say the word and I'll flatten it. But currently we are long 2 in the house account at 2632.8.
Love it.
A nice little like higher low uptrend here. So if this holds, we might be in good shape. You said you prefer dollar cost averaging. Let's say our goal was to get to another 5 all day. Where would you add another 3?
So it looks like the top of this wick here, looks like we're probably failing, was right around, almost round up to 2636, right? So if we saw a strong move above that, maybe you'd add another 3. And then you can look at the previous candle that closed 90 minutes ago. That was up like 2639, 2640. So those are all good places to add, but it looks like this move is failing, to be honest with you.
Okay. Do you not like it anymore? Or do you hold trades? What would you do in this situation? You get into a trade and it's moving against you, just flatten immediately, or do you just let it play out?
Flattening, I think flattening as fast as you possibly can when your thesis is proven incorrect is a great way to preserve capital in these hectic environments. Yesterday was really rough in terms of just being really choppy, and we saw all that momentum at the end of the day, right? Like it was pretty crazy.
Yeah. Is this has the thesis failed yet for your gold trade?
Yeah, I think we could be out on this one. I just I don't like the idea of you guys wasting house account money on my behalf.
No, Steve. You're a power player. You're on here for a reason.
Yeah. I'm glad you guys reached back out to me. I didn't ignore the first invite I got, but about a month ago, I think I made number 8 on your leaderboard. And I blew up those accounts after taking a payout. So I was like, they probably don't want to talk to me anymore.
Oh, no, really? Okay, what was the payout?
Yeah.
Are you okay with...
What was the payout?
You okay with
it was like, that one was like $22,500. It was a good payout.
Right?
I was happy with it. And I've only been with you guys since I think like February. So it's been kind of a change and a transition, but I really enjoyed Top Step and the opportunity that you guys provide. You guys are really awesome.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming on here, man. Thanks for having the courage to come on here and do this. Not a lot of, we reach out to a lot of people. They won't come on. They get nervous. We understand, but thank you for coming on. Keeping it real, full transparency here with Steve. You guys are liking Steve P in the chat. Give him some love. Show him some support. Again, we are in the house account. Long 2 lot in gold from 2632.8, 2632.80. If we move to the upside here, take a look. Look at the tilt. Hey, we got something on tilt and gold. It's long, 72% long, Steve, in crude. I'm sorry, gold, I should say, from average price of 26.34. So we got a better price than them.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how many gold traders Top Step has. We might be heavily influencing the tilt here.
A handful, I believe.
Yeah.
Well, keep in mind, Steve, the tilt is simulated trading. These are live trades taken on the house account.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's true.
Yes, I don't think.
Yeah, Steve's the boss. Look at this. Steve's the boss. I like Steve's move. Steve, nice. We appreciate you, man. Nice job on the payout. People loving you, Steve. Welcome to Top Step TV, buddy.
That's really kind. I'm not looking at the comments.
Ooh,
after I've kind of looked at some of the stuff they say about you guys, I just kind of quit reading.
Dude, they're savages out there, man. They come for us, Steve. They come for us, but they come for us because they watch.
They had some questions about your shirt. Do you have any details on the shirt? They had a lot of questions about the shirt you got.
Yeah, where do I get one of those, first of all?
Is that a Steve thing?
Oh yeah, no, it's just kind of just like some I don't know how you would describe it. Like it's just like kind of like a Florida like fishing kind of thing, I guess. I don't know. It seems to be popular. I just try to keep with the trend.
Trend is your friend, Steve, whether it's in the markets or in fashion. Stick with our entry might be acting as resistance. We'll see. We kind of dipped down and we jumped right up to 26.32.8. Let's see if we can push higher. Steve, would you be okay if we moved our stop higher, if we can get above our entry?
Yeah. I mean, it looks like, I mean, really, you could push your stop, I guess, lower, right? That's what we'd be doing.
Lower or higher? Do you want to take more risk or take less risk?
Well, you guys are long, right?
We are long 20. You're long. You're long 26.32.8.
We are all long. We are all in this.
We're in this boat together.
Yeah, right. I mean, you could probably move that stop down to 26.28, no problem at all. But that would probably be the move that would be kind of invalidating the trade if we got down there.
Hey, just a heads up, guys. We got Raphael Bostic, Fed speaker from Atlanta, scheduled to start speaking in about 11 minutes. And then we got the 3-year auction in about 26 minutes at the top of the hour. So we'll keep an eye on that. I think Rip said wasn't planning on him commenting on monetary policy, but you never know if there's a Q&A that could easily change. Hey, Steve, a lot of questions in the chat asking, what moving averages do you use?
It's a great question. The 9, the 21, the 50, and the 200.
Classics.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay,
cool. Classic
you guys have been talking a lot about algo trading, right? And I think there's a segment
Yes.
now, man versus machine.
Yeah, you watch TV, Steve? I love it, man.
Yeah. That friend of mine that kind of got me into trading, this mentor, he actually developed his own bot, with millions of dollars, and developed a really good trading algo that you can basically program. So I got a lot of these EMAs and indicators from him, but they all seem to work pretty good.
Our GC trade is getting smelted right now.
Melted.
Yeah.
Melting gold. How much? What's a tick there in gold, Dolby?
10 buckaroos.
$10, right?
We're down, what, $400 unrealized?
I think you need to know that for your Series 3, Dre. I think that's part of the Series 3.
I think I did know that. I skipped over that one. They're going to ask me tick fluctuations for every contract. I'm in trouble. I'm going to roll the dice and saying they're not going to ask me about corn, oil, silver, gold. I did see that chart. I know exactly the chart you're talking about. It's actually right after they go after all the months. They do all the months. Yeah, I know.
Dude, I remember doing that when I was studying for high school, and I was like, there's no way the teacher's going to ask about this one. We'll skip it. And it's the first question.
Crude, would jump here.
Crude's still selling off.
Yeah. Crude is getting smoked down 72.80. GC trade, not doing too hot. Kind of following with commodities, it seems like. Are other commodities also just getting crushed today?
Yeah.
Copper.
I think we'd be better off going short on crude oil, to be honest with you. We kind of break out of that little range.
All right. Are you done with this gold trade? We're down 540.
Yeah. Let's try to make our money back before the end of the segment.
I
love All right. We'll flatten this gold trade. We'll move on.
Yeah.
We're flat.
If you want, we can go short CL. That looks like a good move.
Let's just hammer crew then. Look at this rotation, man.
What size? What's your confidence level here?
I love it.
Do you want to do a 3 lot and just see if it continues to break, and if it reverses, we just get out?
Stop.
Yeah.
What's the stop?
Stop. Oh, yep. I mean, you could put it way back up at 73.34 if you wanted to, but that might be too much risk.
That's a lot of risk.
That was the point where we broke out. Yeah, that's the point where we broke out. But I mean, we could cut that in half and just see if we can still kind of get that momentum down. So that would put us at what, 73.14?
Yeah. All right, we're short 3.
Okay. Yeah.
Because
I mean, if the trade becomes an
83, 72.83. All right, catch us some momentum. The downside here. How's it coming?
Yeah. What are we thinking for downside?
I have to kind of zoom out here. Let's see.
Steve, you got your 30-minute candlesticks, correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct, Eddie.
I'm watching my 15 minutes. I see a lot of bottom side wicks. I see a lot of top side wicks. I've been watching crude all day, and it tends to take a bounce off the bottom. Buyers coming back in here, moving the market up, and then the sellers taking over again, as we can see. So just a little FYI.
Yeah, absolutely. I backed out a little bit, and it seems like we're kind of in this weird zone. Let me see.
Weird zone? Well,
yeah.
Welcome to Top
Good.
Step
I don't
TV.
yeah, welcome to
Weird
Top
zone.
Step TV, man.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way,
Yeah,
Steve,
yeah.
I got to ask, what's over your shoulder? Is that what you have on throughout the day? Behind you there.
What do you mean?
Is that Top Step TV behind you?
The Top Step TV? Yeah, usually I just have
Love
this
it.
playing in the background to see if I can, either get any really awesome trading ideas or, possibly fade some ideas depending on what's going on.
Hey,
But,
yeah, either way.
yeah.
Either one's cool
You
with
guys-
us.
you
Who's
guys
your
are
favorite
always-
person to fade?
Great question.
I
Pick it
don't
up.
really like to fade many
pick
people.
up the phone
I don't
call.
really like to fade many people on Top Step, so that's a loaded question. But one of my
Sure, yeah.
favorite
Yeah, it is.
people to watch trade is Coach Dakota, right? The guy,
Yeah, he was just on.
the guy is just a machine, right? Especially like when the market's bullish. It seems like he gets a little bit shaky when we're not like bullish, but that guy is unstoppable in an uptrend.
Sure is.
Truly
When he comes
is.
on the screen with the bull, look out.
Yeah.
Legend trader.
The game is
Last
on.
last trade in the CL. $72.89. I was kind of short from 83. A little bit of heat.
83. Looking for some momentum is what we're looking for right now.
See if we can get another push
I
here.
think
We're getting
Eddie
that
was
bounce
right.
again here.
We kind of bounced.
I know it. It's all good.
Well, just say the word if you don't like it.
No, it's fine. I mean, it could easily just go back down. It has to retrace a little bit to go lower.
Would
What
you
does,
want
what
to
does
add?
Mogo always say? If you're looking for a trade, you're always going to find one.
Yeah, we're looking for trades, 100%.
Oh, yeah.
We love looking for trades.
Uh,
though.
Question in the chat here from James Bond. For you, Steve. What's the secret behind you always staying so positive?
Trading is a rough game, right? If you
Sure.
if you just took it on the chin every time you were wrong, you're probably in the wrong line of work or the wrong business. But I love the idea of being able to come to the charts every day and find an opportunity to, just kind of have my own freedom, right? So
Sure.
I think that drives a lot of positivity. You're not having to go to like some 9-to-5 job and be miserable when you can just kind of be in charge of your own destiny, so to speak. And Top Step and trading in general provides that freedom to so many people, and it's really great.
You're the man. Thanks for coming on here. We got this crude short.
Yep.
It's okay.
Take it in there.
The crude short still looks good. I mean,
So
like I
far, so
said,
good.
it's,
Yep.
Yeah.
If you had to
You
add
got to
2 more
bounce up a little bit
contracts,
to go lower.
would you?
Uh,
Where would you
I
consider
wouldn't.
adding 2 more?
I probably wouldn't, just because it could go against us. But if it breaks and goes way lower, then that's a good time to add. But usually you have to just kind of have your finger on the button to do that. If we add 2 more and it goes against us, we're just gonna lose a lot of money.
Yeah, we're
My
risking stops at 73.25. You said you wanted to stop up at like 73s, right? Like much higher.
Well,
than
that would have been the that would have been kind of the opening of this candle that broke down. So that's an idea, but in this case, I'm not really trading my own capital, so
It is a little bit different. That
it is a little bit different.
All right, see if we can get pushed down
I mean,
lower
if
here.
you
Again, we
break
got
that-
Bostic speaking.
Yeah.
Bostic in 3 minutes, guys.
There you
Bostic
go.
in 3 minutes. Then we got 3-year auction, top of the hour.
If we
Yeah.
can, we could stack another one at 73.19.
Love it.
Yes, we can.
19. Any liquidity? Not seeing anything up there. Yeah, got
And the house
87
account
lot
is
down
like a
below.
15 lot minimum, right?
Something like that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, something like that is
Something
right,
like that.
Steve. How much do you want? Based on your confidence in the trade, we can ratchet this thing up to 50 lot, Steve, if we need to. But right now, we're kind of
right,
just
right.
High confidence.
Very high
Good question
confidence.
from Momo, man.
What's up,
How long
Momo?
did it take you? How long did it take this guest to become consistently profitable in their own trading?
Momo, man, that's a loaded question, but it just takes time. I think that the more screen time that you have, and it really, not to say that you couldn't do this if you were working like a 9-to-5 job, but one thing that's really helpful if you're trying to be consistently profitable, or maybe you're just getting started in your trading journey, is the ability to carve out large swaths of time throughout your day. So if you can stand watching a chart for 8 hours and do that for several months or even a year, you'll probably naturally find some profitability, in my opinion. But it is a bit boring, right? I think as traders, the most difficult thing that we face is not trading, right? Like, I think it's a real test of character to stay out of the market sometimes.
Real.
And that's the truth.
It really is. Who keeps texting you, Steve?
Yeah.
Are people seeing you on TV right now?
Yeah, I've got a buddy. I've got several buddies watching this, and they're just
give a shout out.
So that's where I got the stack at 73.19 from.
You want to give them a shout out really quick if they're watching? Give them a shout out real quick. Who's watching you, Steve?
Well, yeah, I've got Jason, I've got JT, I've got Stacy. I've got my own little trading group that we all just kind of have a group text and a back and forth. So it's good to have friends. It's good to have trading buddies.
It really is.
How did you? You said you found some of your trading buddies just at a cigar bar. How did you acquire the rest of your trading buddies?
Yeah, honestly, I was talking about this friend that is a really, really big player in the Forex space, like a multi-million-dollar trader. And he had developed his own proprietary bot that he's kind of working on right now. And all of us that were kind of in the cigar club got so interested during the beta test of this bot that he kind of converted like 10 of us into believers. So we were all walking around with MetaTrader 5 in our pocket, just watching this bot run 24 hours a day in the Forex market. And it was good fun for like 2 years.
Love it, man. Steve, speaking of having good friends, one thing about having good friends in trading, being a VIP. So what we got coming out here, I'm going to throw it to Eddie. Eddie, I think it's drop number 2, Eddie. How we looking? What do we got, Eddie?
You know what? We've got something coming up here. I'm going to be posting it. Yes, it is time for our VIP, the second one of the day. Okay, so we got 2 here so far. You missed the first one. Don't worry about it. Don't fret. We got a lot more. We're going to be doing this all week. This is for a spot to get drafted with Coach Hoop, drafting 50 traders. And this is looking very good here. So far, we got a lot of participation. Remember, it's for 3 free months of 100K trading combine. You get 2 free resets each month, no activation fees, and you get a pass to the private Discord channel with your coach and your team. So we're giving these VIP aways to our bell-to-bellers. You know, the longer you're here, the more opportunity you're going to have to fill these out. And we'll do that right away. I'm going to be pinning this link here to the top, and we'll get that going here right away. But let's get it going. There it is. Gabe just posted it here, and we're going to put that here we're going to pin it to the top of the chat. There you go. And let's get that up there. There it is. All right, there's the link. We're going to have this here for about another 14 minutes. All right, top of the hour, we're going to pull that. So keep that in mind. Get that filled out. Only one time. You need to do it. Only one time for each time we release it. But otherwise, back to you, Andre, Steve, and Dolby time.
Wow. Thank you, Eddie. That was very professional. Hey, keep Eddie while you're out there. Keep an eye on Bostic. I know Bostic is scheduled to start speaking. No, Eddie will. What's up, Dolby time? How we looking on this crude oil trade?
Not great, but as long as we're under the 30-minute consolidation, which is like around 73.11, I think we might be in good shape. We will try to add 2 more as we get closer to our stop. I mean, it could very easily get up there and then reject the range and then come back down again. We'll see what happens. I mean, it's not a very heavy position. We're only risking about 1,200.
Yeah, we've got defined risk here, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, it still looks good. It might just be kind of retracing a little bit to break down further. Whatever those headwinds are in the Middle East that are kind of driving the oil, it's pretty crazy, right? We've just been kind of in a stair step down for like 3 days.
Yeah. Do you follow the news a lot in your trading, or is it just something that happens?
Yeah, only in the sense that there is news, right? You just want to know that there's a national event or something going on, a red folder news event, so you can stay out. But other than that, I mean, I don't really believe in fundamentals at all. Completely technical.
Like that.
Not that that's
Who needs
a bad
fundamentals?
Thing, but I don't think fundamentals will lead you to the right place, right?
Well, yeah, because it's like their interpretation of what the fundamentals are. So by the time it gets to their average retail trader, you're just trading backwash of whatever their momentum is.
Yeah. I mean, if I was going to hold a position for 6 months, maybe there's a lot more value in that. But we're
I would
short
agree
time
with
frame
that.
traders, right?
Right. I mean, like in for a technical reason, out for a technical reason, and in for a fundamental reason, and out for a fundamental reason, probably.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If
Steve, they're
something
blowing you up.
changes-
They're blowing you up on your
Yeah,
phone,
yeah.
Steve.
Socials? Do you have socials, Steve? These people want to hang out. They want to be your friend. Are you on Discord, Twitter,
You know what?
Facebook,
I'm not
whatever?
really,
a group.
not really like a social guy. Only social media I really have is on LinkedIn, but I guess we can connect and do some business.
I like
Right.
that,
If you
man.
wanna if you want to do business with Steve, you got to go to LinkedIn chat.
Yep.
Yeah.
But if you want to do business right here, you got to join us on Top Step TV. Starting to see a bit of selling here in the equities. Last trade 20,220 in the Nasdaq. Taking a look at the S&P is 5786 last trade. A bit of a sell-off. I wonder if Bostic did indeed get speaking. If you see anything, please
The
jump
GL trade
on
looks
in.
good.
We're hanging in there.
It looks like it's about to break and go lower.
Yep.
It
So, hey,
does.
75%
I like
short.
it, yeah.
75%. Sorry about that, Dolby. 75% short in the NQ right now. Average price of 215, 20,215. Last trade 20,223. So about 8 points worth of heat on those shorts. But right now, currently, house account is short in crude. Crude did take a peak above a $73 level. Sellers did come in and trying to push it lower here. 72.93, 94 is last trade now. House account short from 72.83. Dolby.
Yeah. That is correct. 72.83. We jumped a little bit at the entry, but it's okay. Something that's nice about crude, if y'all don't trade crude that often, is that it's a pretty technical market and it does stair step really well, which means like support becomes resistance or resistance becomes support. And so that's kind of what we saw on the it's like the 5 minute, is that it kind of shot down, broke the 30-minute range, pulled back up, then got to the support area of that 30-minute range for 73.13. And then they kind of just sold off. So whoever was long 73.11s, let's say, or 73.15s, they're probably switching sides and closing those longs that they had. They got a chance to get out of break even, so maybe now they're covering. All we're looking for now is for our entry to not become support for a bounce. So we want this to shoot through and get underneath 80s. And if you don't trade crude either, evens, 20s, 50s, and 80s tend to be pretty basic levels you can kind of put on your chart for crude oil.
Yeah, I backed out a little bit. It looks like on the 4 hour, the 50-period moving average is sitting at 72.51. So I think that's the resistance that we're seeing.
Okay. All right, creeping down into 86 now. 72.86 is trade. Got 6 minutes left here on Power Players. Steve, it's been an absolute pleasure getting to know you. We got a 100 lot down here. Okay, $72.80, $72.80. I'm seeing a 100 lot on the bid in the crude oil. Let's see if the market wants to go seek out that liquidity. Got the house account short from 72.83. We are seeing a 100 lot on the bid at 72.80.
Oh, wow. Yeah, see 80s, 20s, 50s, and evens are pretty common touch points for crude.
You said that, Dolby. I remember you saying that. Yep.
It's like the internal fibs for crude. I don't know why it works. It just does.
Hey, that's so most important. We'll see. All right, Steve, you see this 100 lot on the bid in crude oil? $72.80.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
All right, let's see if the market wants to go take that. Tell me. Yeah. So here's the thing: does the market seek out liquidity in crude, or will it run away from it? Because is the trade more like
no
ES?
idea.
We'll have to find out.
I have no idea, really.
It just moved up. It just came up to 90s.
They're trying to get filled. Are they filling?
Yeah, it went from 80s to 90s. It just jumped 10
bucks
or 10%.
Or filling to cover? I don't know.
We were trading. So it was 72.90 offer. They just took it big. Here it goes. Watch it get filled.
We're at 320. It filled. All of it filled.
Yes, it did.
It went from like 320s to like 400s.
Yeah, so they were chasing there a little bit.
Yeah.
They got their fill. Interesting to see what happens here.
Yeah, what was that around? Like 92s? We can make a little note on the chart.
It started off at 80s. They showed the bid on the 80s, and it came up to 90s.
90s? Okay. Here, let's just make a little note.
Yep. Dolby, we'll carry this trade through into shoulder
Carrying
tap
it forever.
coaching, so on. Forever. I like that.
Well, until it gets stopped out, yeah. I mean, if we keep on moving lower, we can just walk the stop down. I think as long as it's over like 73.11, that makes still validates kind of the structure of the market. And if crude really sells off another, 90 cents, which is entirely possible, I mean, we're going to do really, really well in the trade.
Hey, Steve, Blue Boy has a question for you in the chat. Yeah, we're starting to off a little bit here. Blue Boy has a question for you in the chat. Steve, are you ever in the chat? Are you ever in the Top Step TV chat on YouTube?
Yeah, I've not very much. I think I've probably contributed like 6 or 7 comments, but I just try to make sure that if I am speaking, I'm at least saying something that makes sense or is coherent. I know you guys get some crazy comments in your chat.
That chat's really a wild animal, dude.
That's really good advice for chat. Do you want to say that again? Having coherent thoughts and statements, that's important.
That seems sensible and reasonable, Steve. Yes, absolutely. All right, Steve. Well, this is the point in Power Players where we don't do this with everybody. We only do this with certain people that we think are cool and we want to have back on again. Steve, you are certainly both of those. So I'm going to throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, it's Steve with the fun question. We're doing this back-to-back days now, Eddie. We got a good cast of people. Good cast of people coming through.
Back Grace yesterday and Steve today. My God. Steve, how are you, man?
Dude, good, Eddie. How are you?
All right, my brother. Hey, I got 24 questions here. Give me a number, 1 to 24. I'm going to ask you a question. Give us a short answer.
11.
11. Here it is. If you can have any superpower, Steve, what would it be and why?
I'd like a crystal ball so I can see what the NASDAQ's going to do tomorrow.
Yeah. Eddie.
There we go.
Eddie.
Crystal ball, man. All right.
Put it in order for him, Eddie.
Yep.
Get him this crystal ball.
We just ordered one on Amazon for you. We'll get that crystal ball to you, Steve. But yes, that would be an incredible superpower to have.
We got Prime, so it'll be there tomorrow.
That's good. That's good.
Not one of those Steve, crystal balls. Getting you an Amazon one.
Yeah, those are the good ones. All right, guys. Well, coming up, let's do a quick preview of what we got coming up next here on Top Step TV. After this, we got Shoulder Tap, Jack and Mick. Then we got group coaching, Robert and JD. Make sure you get those group coaching questions in there. I do believe we had some left over from yesterday, but make sure you get more questions in there if we need them with Robert and JD. Then we got Passing with the Pros. Ooh, we're going to have a double barrel action. We got James D and Stanley P joining Dolby and JD. Dolby, we're going to have 2 people trying to pass the combine simultaneously. This should be really fun. This should be a lot of good, really fun. Then we got Power Hour. You saw him this morning on Fast Markets. Actually, both these guys. So Rips and Hogue joined Dolby and myself for Power Hour. Then, of course, got At the Buzzer, Coach Jay, Coach Paul, Slow Marcus, Dakota, and Nick for a tick. Anyway, Steve, just want to say thank you so much. Steve, leave us some words of wisdom, some words of positivity that we can carry out through the rest of the day here on Top Step TV.
Keep on trading and stay positive, right?
My man, drop the mic, beautiful. Dolby, keep us posted on this crude oil trade. Steve, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on Top Step TV. Click like, click subscribe. You want more Steve here on Top Step TV. And with that being said, we got Shoulder Tap coming up next. Let's go.
What's up, my pretties? Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I'm Jack, joined by the head risk honcho himself, Mick. He's in there. He's moved the garbage cans out of the shot. Hopefully we don't get any more hot garbage in this segment. Mick, how you doing?
Yeah, that wouldn't have been pretty, my pretties. Reference to The Wizard of Oz, one of my childhood favorites, and something now that I'm getting very reacquainted with, as it's a nightly read to my daughter before she goes to bed.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the movie. I'm stuck with Madagascar right now, which is an okay 2005 animated DreamWorks movie, but it's not that good. And I'm watching it. I've seen it 50 times, Mick. I'm over
Yeah,
it.
There's no place like home. There's no place like home.
Ooh, wow, yes, there's no place like home. Thank you. Yeah, we are not doing the movie. We're just doing the book. And she's more interested in the We're Off to See the Wizard song that I sing to her. I'm not going to sing it to this group, though. Sorry, everybody. Don't mean to get your hopes up. That's just some one-on-one time in the evening at home. So not doing someday. It here. Yeah.
All right. Well, with that, how are our traders doing? Have they been crushed by a house, a la the Wizard of Oz, or have they gotten some part of their body restored by magic? I don't know.
Well, that's a really good question, and I think we're going to stick with option A, Jack, the Wicked Witch of the East, who they start in the opening scene with the house on her, Dorothy. Her house from Kansas lands on the Wicked Witch of the East. And I would say that, it's only Tuesday morning here, but from what I saw yesterday on the P&L side from our live accounts, yes, a house must have hit all of our traders in the prop group, because it's not a good start to the week. It's actually really, really bad. A lot of deep cuts from yesterday. So hopefully this week we can kind of reset and turn things around a little bit. But yeah, yesterday wasn't a pretty day, and today's not looking too good either. I am, not happy to share that, but I'll always give, full transparency. And, things just haven't been looking good this week so far out of our group of traders at the prop firm and the live accounts.
Some days you're the house, some days you're the witch. Well, with that, Mick, I understand we have 2 cards today.
Yeah, just 2 cards today. These are from traders kind of in line with, how things have been going yesterday and today. We've got 2 people in live accounts that I want to feature, both of which have traded, a good amount of time in their live accounts, Jack, but one who is dangerously close to losing their live account after risking far too much more than they should have today. And then someone else who, did lose their account today. So with that, I say we get into it, and let's pull up John G's trade report, his trading card, not his trade report. And then I kind of want to move through these quickly because it's really straightforward. I don't want to spend as much time as we normally might, where there's some deep stuff to look into here. And then maybe, Jack, if there's some time at the end, we can, BS or take some questions from the viewers today. But John G, someone who spent 51 days in their live account. Today's 52. They are dangerously close to losing their account. They got about $500 left in the account, and that's after losing $3,000 today. They hit their daily loss limit today, Jack. Lost $3,000 on what was an account that had 3,500 as the starting balance today. So they lost 90%. Yeah, they lost 90% of their account in a single trading day. On a single trade, which was a 2-lot, $3,000 is quite a bit of jewels to lose on a 2-lot. And not only was it a 2-lot that they lost $3,000 on this morning, Jack, they got short this morning. Market, they sold a 1-lot. Market went against them. They added to a losing trade. market continued to go against him, and they didn't call it quits or cut that trade short. It was kind of probably a YOLO moment or a do or die thing where he's like, oh, I got 3,500 left. F it. I'm gonna risk what I risk, and they risked $3,000 on a 2-lot to put their back against the wall. And I don't think there's any coming back from this today, or not today, in general for John, be it tomorrow or the next day. If you're willing to risk $3,000 on a $3,500 account, what are you going to do with 500 left in the account? So a number of things went wrong there, and a number of things were poorly managed there. Adding to a losing trade, risking thy whole wad. But I think with 500, that's, they're probably just kind of already writing off that extra $500 that's left in their account. The risk team is going to trim, that position sizing down to one contract. That's what we do as account balances get low. We don't let you, maintain the same in line with the scaling plan, which is actually not part of the scaling plan. But if you got $500 left in your account, we're trimming your position size in that live account to one contract, because you have no reason to trade anything more than one contract, especially after showing us, what they were willing to do today when they had themselves in even a better position.
Yeah, really quick. We are selling off a little bit here. I'm seeing across the wire, U.S. officials to NBC, Israel is considering striking energy facilities in Iran. That's all I see so far there for the news. We'll keep an eye on that. Going back to this card, I mean, at least, and I don't know if it was from this portion of it, it looks like he took a payout.
16 grand.
One at least.
Yeah.
16
Good
grand.
payout.
Okay. That's good. Besides that, kind of the same old song and dance where, with $500 left, I guess, now was the time to YOLO. It wasn't when you had $9,000 and you lost $3,000 or $6,000 and then lost $3,000 and $3,000. So this one's over. Prove me wrong. I'd love it, but glad you took the payout at least.
Yeah, at least there's something to show for it.
Yeah. And before we could talk a little more about this, but I saw someone asking for a Susan update real quick, and the streak's intact. We're up to 25 days with 24 1K DLLs and one $42,000 day. That's 10 or 12 straight since the 42K day. But Susan is, what can I call Susan today? Susan is just a universe traveler. She sees dimensions. I don't. More power to you. Hope she knocks out like $1 million on a 1K limit. Let's do it, Susan. Let's make this happen.
Yeah, let's be a little bit more realistic. We're not knocking out a $1 million day on 1K risk trading what she's trading, but that's unfortunate. That's a sad story. Let's bring it back to John if we could, Jack. There's a couple things I want to talk about here. I compliment John on making it through 51 days. Today's 52, like I said, so 52 days in a live account's pretty good. That account balance at one point was about $43,000. So they had quite a bit of cushion to work with. There are a couple things that I really dislike about the trading activity here, and that is the losing streaks, which are mentioned down on the bottom of the card. Now, you can see that the average losing day is over 3,000. So on their losing days, they hit the daily loss limit. There were several pretty big losing streaks here of all hitting 3,000 or more with the slippage. Very few of the losing days actually were at or around $3,000. They were all exceeding $3,000. 11-day losing streak, $3,000 a day for roughly, I did the napkin math on that, $35,000. That's really, really inexcusable. To go in and trade every single day and just bleed out $3,000 a day and have 11 losing days in a row. It's not being true to yourself. It's not being true to, what's unfolding in front of you. You've got to grab yourself and say, like, what the heck's going on? And I got to stop. If you have 3 losing days of 3,000 in a row, that's $9,000. A $9,000 haircut is a very expensive haircut, even if you have a $45,000 trading account. But I'm talking 3 days right there. What John has done is 11 days in a row for 35 grand. That's 2 full weeks of trading plus 1 day. And he had a $35,000 haircut. That's inexcusable. That's not money management. That's gambling. What John is doing in this account has been, unfortunately, gambling. It's not the trading activity that we saw that got him called up to a live account. This is something else. And this is something that, if you're one of the viewers out there watching, or if you're a trader out there, it's a really, really good example of what not to do. And it's a really good example of, needing to figure out ahead of time before you find yourself in a losing streak. It showcases the need to catch things while they're happening. And if you have that third losing day of 9 grand, to catch it and stop it and take a step back and say, whoa, that was a big percentage of my account right there. What am I doing? Yeah. What kind of adjustments do I need to make? How much do I need to scale down? What should I risk on a daily basis? Because it wasn't just that 11-day streak. There was another 7-day losing streak of, for 21 grand. And as you can see, they've had some nice winning days here. Their best day was over 12 grand. Average winning days, $4,800, but they don't have a lot of winning days. They're only, putting up a winning day 1/3 of the time. And it's just not a recipe for success here. So I'm not trying to rag on John, but he's done a lot of things incorrectly here. And when someone does something incorrectly, it can be a lesson not only for themselves that I'm, putting them on the hot seat for here today, but it's more about sharing with other people what happened to somebody, and don't let that happen to yourself.
One last thing, because even more concerning than the loss streak, you mentioned that his best day was over 12K. No, his best day was over 15K, but it ended in a DLL. So there's 3 days here, and this is the one thing that I harp on, because this is so easily I'm looking at the card right now, correctable, is the oopsie days, as I call them. But they're not really like oops. It's kind of on you. 3 days I want to bring to attention here. What I can see in this card is when you were flat. So he was flat, up $15,090. That would have been his biggest day. Ended the day down 3K. He also did that 2 days after that, flat, up 8,300. End of the day, DLL. 2 days after that, flat, up 7,600. End of the day, DLL. Those 3 days right there, you don't have. And it's weird to me because it seems on some days, on his 12K day, he was flat, up 13,400, and ended the day up 12,400. Great, that's good. We're not saying it's impossible to always exit your high. You don't know when the last trade is going to be, but you can't be up 3, 4, 5 times your limit and then hit your DLL. That's just way too much risk. So yeah, not great.
Jack, yeah, I did not catch that while I was scurrying through to put these cards together this morning, Jack, but you casted a whole nother shade of shade on this trade report. That's not trading. That's gambling. Being up 15 grand and then ending down 3,000, $18,000 swing in a single day. That $18,000, I mentioned the account balance high was 45 grand. That is more than a third of your best account balance that you had in that account. And you let that slip through your fingertips in a single day.
Well, at least he took a $16,000 payout. So that's good.
Yeah, that could have been, a $60,000 payout. If we have to look at it this way, these small decisions that you make on a daily basis can greatly influence over time, the total take. They greatly influence a lot of things. And if you're able to capture big winning days like that and not turn big winners into sizable losers. That 16 grand in payouts could have been 60 grand. No problem. The $45,000 account balance we're talking about could have been 100 grand. So I don't know. Jack, I'm happy you mentioned that. That's one other thing that kind of, hurts here when talking about John G's live account. But I need to get over it. John needs to get over it. Anytime we do something wrong in an account or on a single day, it should hurt. It should sting, but you have to get over it and move on. But when you move on, you need to remember it happened. Everything that you do wrong should sting to a degree. If it doesn't, you're going to replicate it again. So let it sting, let it hurt. Just remember it moving forward and don't replicate the same mistakes. Don't have $18,000 swings like that, among other things.
Well, thank you, John. I see we got Daniel up next.
Daniel, yeah, let's pull up Daniel's card. Daniel's another person who didn't have a good day today. Struggled in the live account. 34 days in the live account. Today was 35 when they brought the account to zero. And, not the greatest in the way of statistics here on this account. 53% winning days, 43% winning trades. But the average winning day was, only a little better than half of what their average losing day was. That's completely backwards. Best day, making $2,900. That's all fine and dandy, with a $2,000 loss limit. But a lot of those losing days did hit the $2,000 daily loss limit.
Mm-hmm.
Very few did they cut short. They did cut enough short to where the average losing day was only $1,500. But there's a lot of things to unpack here with the metrics. I talked about the winning trades. They're a little better than 1-to-1 on the winning trades, and they're only right 43% of the time. If you're 1-to-1, your winning trade percentage has to be higher. If your average losing day is bigger than your average winning day, almost twice as large, you've got to be at a higher percent winning day. So there's a lot here. What I didn't like is, they had 500 left in the account today and they risked the $500 that they had left. I know it's not a lot after, someone starts out with a bigger account balance, but, it's living to trade another day is really the name of the game here. It's something that John could have, taken to heart more so, something that Daniel could have taken to heart more so. Especially when you're seeing a negative average daily P&L, that is something that tells you that something's not working in the current market environment with your strategy and what you're doing. And if you have an average negative P&L over 34 days, 51 days, 52 days, like John G., you have no business trading more than one contract. You only add to your leverage and take bigger positions on when it's working. You don't do that when it's consistently not working. People hate to hear that, but it's keeping the math on your side, or putting yourself, if you're not keeping the math on your side, statistically you're putting yourself in a bad position. And we as traders who are intraday trading equity indices, we've got 6 targets all over us, on the back of our head, front of our heads, our backs, everywhere. We need to be smarter about what we're doing, and we need to analyze and analyze our trading and be real about our trading results. And if you're not liking what you see out of your results, you need to make some changes, and you need to make them quick. We're in a position where we are highly responsible for our own outcomes. And if you're not acting quickly and moving swiftly, you're going to get caught off guard, and the money goes very, very quickly in this business.
I think what we see a lot here, and I'm going to try phrasing this a different way, is, so for instance, I've talked about before the conviction with which people hold losers versus winners. And this is definitely the case where Daniel was never really making, like, there's not as egregious stuff as going on the last card. Like, he was never up a bunch of money, like 15K and then hitting it. But seems pretty timid when he's up money. I mean, the biggest day you mentioned was like $2,900, but he's pretty well acquainted hitting that 2K loss limit. So I'm going to phrase it this way, Mick. I think that when people have these accounts, anybody, even if somebody hit on the chat, but this is true, anybody, even if, imagine somebody who's just a really bad trader, like they just, what they're doing is not working. They can still stay in an account way longer than a lot of people just by recognizing that and risking the right amount. Like we very rarely see people, I feel like, it's like because the risk limit is there and the contract limits are there or whatever, there is this idea of FOMO that I have to use all of it because today could be the day that I Susan it. Right? Whereas it's a lot more sustainable. I rarely see people just like picking like, okay, I have say 10 grand in this account. I am going to risk my DLL is going to be 5% of that. So $500. Actually, my DLL is going to be 5% of whatever I have in the account each day. Even better. I really don't see that. If it goes up, that's more. If it's 20K, then it's 1,000. We don't see that. We see a lot of, it's a 2K limit. I'm going to use it. And yeah, it's kind of an illusion, right? Because sure, if you put on limit in this account's 10 contracts, there is the possibility that if you just wake up in the morning and hit sell 10 NQ, yeah, you could make $30,000, $40,000. It is highly unlikely, kind of like buying a lotto ticket or something like that. More likely, you're going to lose $2,000 and you're going to keep losing it.
Yeah. And the problem is that, like you said, you could, catch one where you do that and you make the money. But what happens if you do that, 50 more times or 100 more times? Like, it doesn't pan out favorable.
Yes. Well, hopefully some stuff learned there on this. We got to run a little bit short in time here, Mick. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
No, not really. I mean, just, something Hogue always says, don't risk thy whole wad. That's what I've seen out of these last two traders we featured, and you just can't do it. Jack, you were talking about the loss limits. I think some people, loss limits are a guideline, but all traders need to be more disciplined and more disciplined and more disciplined. And just because Top Step offers you a guideline of 2,000 or 3,000, just it's not an open invitation to hit it if things are going, sideways or if things are going down. You got to intervene yourself. And if you're not going to do that, you're going to make it that much more difficult for yourself to find short-term success. And if it's harder to find short-term success, it's more difficult to find longer-term sustainable success. So you have to reflect on, what do I want to get out of my trading? Do I want to give myself the room that I want, or do I want to operate in a way that I know I need to, a more disciplined way to actually, see longer term positive results out of all my efforts and speculation in the business, in the markets? That's it.
Well, I do have another thought, but I'm going to save it for tomorrow with Ben, because it'll take more time than we have right now, but something's clicking in my head right now. But I think, Daniel, there's hope for Daniel in the future, and I'll explain what I mean tomorrow. Next time, and as the risk management turns. In the meantime, stick around. We got way more Top Step TV. We got group coaching coming up next with JD and Robert. Then we got Pass with the Pros. Stanley and James D are in the house. Will they pass with the pros? We shall see. And then Rips is coming back for Power Hour. You won't want to miss that. Stay cool, everyone, or warm, wherever you are. Stay safe, and we'll see you right after this break.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. It's my favorite time of day. I hope it's yours. It's that time of day where we take your questions, you traders from the chat, and we answer them live here on Top Step TV. I am JD. Behind the curtain, I'll be feeding some questions to Robert. We're going to go over them, as many as we can. We got quite a few in here today. Coach Robert, what is happening? How you feeling on this crisp Tuesday afternoon?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Things are going good down here in North Carolina. Just our thoughts and everything else with the folks in Florida and still the recovery out in Western North Carolina. Hearing some good things that's starting to pick up over there, and hopefully the one hitting the weather hitting Florida there isn't as bad as we expect it to be. But we'll see. But our hearts, thoughts, and minds go out with everybody there. So we hope everybody is as safe as possibly can be.
Absolutely.
We have a lot of questions, JD. We can fire through some of them. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's just get going then.
Yeah.
Well, first, you saw a few things in the chat you wanted to address. You want to burn through that real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. Jim Jacks has had some good questions in there, but some others as well. And just try to generalize some of these where it was there was a comment. It's kind of a response to a comment I made where people were talking about like rules, what you can do, like why can't you automatically move our profit, our stops like into our own profit, or lock us out if we're up so much we can have that. And my answer was, I wasn't being coy. My answer was like, well, because traders have to take some responsibility for themselves. That's as a coach, I'm just like, well, why did you trade that? Well, I don't know. Great. Let's look at your trade plan. Do you see that line in your trade plan to trade when that happens? The answer is no. So the question is, why did you trade it? So I want to make sure that we're taking our responsibility for ourselves. So I'm sure my notifications here. The real thing was, hey, if I'm up in profit and I'm reaching a higher profit target, why can't we have an automatically move so we can lock in some of our profits? The answer is you can, and it's a click of a mouse and you drag your stop loss where you want it. The other option is to close the position in profit. It's not that hard, but I think the comment started coming through when I mentioned, I'm like, you got to take responsibility. And then one other thing that I added to that, JD, was that a lot of the stuff that we have, like not just prop firms as a whole, but Top Step specifically as well, is that I really think it's a little too easy. And I'm going to lay that on the line. I've said it before, where I'll give an example. At the end of the day, if you're still in a position, it's a little over a year ago before we changed the 1-step-1 rule, you lost your account, because that is a process. That's something you need to do and understand as a trader. If I'm on the computer right here to my right-hand side, my own personal account, and I leave an order on overnight, and there's not enough margin there, or the market gaps down over my stop, I'm getting a call from a broker. I lose all my money. So we are just being like, don't worry about it. We'll take care of that. I think that's a little easier. I think we should, honestly, put some of that stuff back again. Okay. Hey, if we trade too many contracts, I can't trade too many contracts in my account. I only have X amount of dollars in my account. If I try, I'm going to have a problem with that. I can load as many contracts as I want. And then all of a sudden I'm like, I didn't mean to click on the 10. I meant to click on the 1. And it went against me. Your money's gone. Here at Top Step, or a lot of prop firms as well, we go, you can only trade 5. So you click on the 10. We're not going to let that happen. So when I said that, again, I wasn't being coy with all this stuff. I just wanted to be clear on that. Just clear that up for some of the folks in here that says, no, I just think we got to take responsibility for ourselves. That's the main point I want to make on this. That was our tip of the week, like the last week, the week before. This week, it's continuous learning. So I'm going to go on that route and say, if you want to move your stop into profit, go for it. If you want to take your trade off, go for it. But I really shouldn't be on us to be able to do that. There were other questions earlier when Nick was on talking about, well, can the risk managers close our accounts for us if we're making enough money? Well, no. Well, they can, but define enough money. We're not going to take the positions of the traders. We're going to close your account, your positions out if you start losing too much. Because if you're a live account and that's live money, risk is watching you like a hawk. If they start seeing some things go awry and you get a large account and taking large size, they're going to close it down on you. They're going to close that position. But they're not going to close your account and say, this guy made enough, or this trader made enough money. It looks like they're doing well. We'll just lock it here so he doesn't give any back to the market. No, it ain't going to happen. That's not our responsibility. So traders, if you're listening, I know it's a experiential learning. That's what Top Step is all about. You get in for very, very little investment. Trade size, trade larger accounts. Prove that you can trade consistently over time, and then you get your live account. You get your XFA, and you can take withdrawals and payouts, and then you get your live account. but you got to own it. It's your process. We're not going to tell you how to trade. We'll tell you what some of our pitfalls are. Some of my pitfalls are different than JD's. They're different than Hogue's. They're different than Michael Batak's. They're different than any other traders that are on here, different than Doby's. And some of his rules don't match with mine. Every trader is different. Every trader is individual. So I want to make sure we put all of this off our chest and get it out there that take your responsibility, trade the way you want, that works for you, that works for your personality. Trade the instrument that you feel most comfortable with. You don't always have to trade the most popular instruments. We do a lot because the markets are moving. But yeah, JD, I just want to make sure we're clear on that stuff because it's take responsibility. That's the whole rant here. It's just like, you got to take responsibility. Look, we're not going to do that for you. You got to learn it. This is trading, folks. And a lot of the stuff we do for you already, you cannot do in a live account. So own up to it, learn it, develop it, and then put it into process. And I'm being very kind about this. This is the coaching side of things. It's not a responsibility to do that. And I think it's a little bit too easy sometimes, to be honest. So we'll leave it at that. Next question, JD.
You hit the nail on the head there, Robert. Trading isn't easy, but I'll tell you this, it's a hell of a lot easier than it was 20 years ago because of the way that prop groups now operate. You as traders at TopStep are taking very, very, very little risk. And like Robert said, we can't hold your hand the entire way. You're going to have to take some accountability. So take that for what it's worth. Yes. All right, let's hit some questions. First up, we've got Carlos. Carlos says, will you please give a crash course or briefly explain the basic terminology you all use during the day, such as liquidity and failed auctions and the importance of key data discussed? We could talk about that all day, but what I'm going to do for you, Carlos, is drop a link to our TopStep Trader Lingo glossary in the chat. I'll give you some definitions of a lot of the terminology that we use throughout the day. Go ahead and take a look at that. Also, during segments like fast markets, power players, power hour, we are always talking about things like liquidity and failed auctions and describing it in detail. So take a look at that trading glossary and just try and pay attention. All right, next up, we've got DCA Fortune says, I can't seem to get my hotkeys to work. I'm following the directions listed. Is there something special we need to do to activate them? Is this something others are having challenges with? Thank you in advance for your assistance. Just so happens, Coach Robert made the video on how to set up hotkeys. I think we can give a real quick. Can we dial down your 5-minute or less videos into like 30 seconds real quick and show people how to set up the hotkeys?
Absolutely. You're looking at TopStep X right now. On the left-hand side, we have a gear called Settings. If you mouse over it, you click on Settings, there's a bunch of headings on the top. One of them is called, ironically enough here, JD, called Hotkeys. And then on the left-hand side, it tells you what it is: buy market, sell market, join bid. And let's say I want to set the hotkey for buy markets. It's top on the list. I click on Set Hotkey, and then I press the key that I want. And let's just press the plus sign. You can see the plus sign is right there. Now, if I don't want that, I can click on clear, and I actually want Control Plus because I want to make sure that I'm hitting 2 keys whenever I'm doing a type of buy and getting into the market. I think a really cool one to flatten all is spacebar because it's the biggest one. You can just run over, slam your hands on your keyboard, and it's the only one that can just get you out of those quick. You click on confirm. Next thing you know, next time you are in your chart, you on TopStep X, and you press Control Plus based on what I just entered here, you will be in a position, a buy market at whatever your contract size is set at. Should be pretty quick, but you're right, JD, there's the TopStep X in 5 minutes or less. I'm going to actually post that link. I had it right here to that whole series, and I just moved, and I'm at a better sounding place, so I'm going to make some more of those for the last few features that came out of TopStep X, so stand by for those as well.
Perfect. Thank you, Coach Robert. All right, next up, we've got Scott. Scott asks, can you speak of trading statistics of some of the profitable traders who take payouts? I've heard you mention that you have an 80% win rate, taking 7 to 8 points, trading the NQ, etc. Have you mentioned an 80% win rate? What's Scott talking about? Is that something you've?
Yeah, I have, and I can show. Yeah, I can show this stuff too. It's JD. It's just a style of trading, so try not to put so much weight on this as to what I particularly do. My win rate is 75 to 85%, but if it's under 75%, I'm losing money. You look at someone like Dakota, who's a much better trader than I am, bar none. What's his win rate? 35, 40%? and he's significantly better. So we can't really tie simply win rate into one thing, this win rate and risk reward. I take a whole bunch of trades, little ones, and I target those, like Scott had mentioned here, 7-8 points on NQ. It's only for what I found works for me. If I try to go for a long target, I don't have the patience for it. I'm not really good at reading the market that way. I'm not good with the trending. What I'm good at is saying, okay, the market was here, then here, then here. I think it's going to go here. And those are generally pretty small moves. So the question here, the specific question is, can you speak of the trading statistics of the profitable traders who take payouts? Sure, they're all over the board. They're all over the board. JD's done the stats there, and I covered for him when he was on vacation, and they are absolutely all over the board. One trader will take 2 trades a day trading gold. A next trader will take 15 trades a day trading gold. Someone else will take 2 trading NQ. Someone else will take 30 trading NQ. Some hold for 5 minutes. Some hold for 4.5 hours. It really depends on the trader's style. So as far as these statistics, they really are independent. But I'll tell you one statistic, and JD probably attests to this also, but Scott, one statistic for all the winning traders that are taking these payouts, they're consistent. That is what I can say. They're consistent. You generally don't, there's outliers, of course, but you generally don't see a trader that's doing $250, $300, $350 a day and then a $5,000 a day. It just doesn't match their plan. They don't do that stuff. You also don't see a trader that's losing a 200, 300, 400 and then losing 3,000 or 4,000 in a day. They just don't do that. So that would be the one statistic, Scott, that I would take a look at is, are you consistent? Are you following your trade plan? And does your risk reward match what your win rate is? Because they can be skewed as well. Yes, I'm going to drop, JD, while looking at the next question, I'm going to drop a link to, I have a public shared drive. And in there is a trader reference guide that shows you your win rate. Meaning if you win, if it's a 1-to-1 risk reward, then you need a 50% win rate. Okay, if it's a 2-to-1 risk reward, you can get away with less than a 50% win rate. I have that in a document and I have that as an image. So I'm going to share that into chat right now. It's a public shared folder. There's a bunch of stuff in there. Feel free to help yourself. Let me know if you want to see anything else in there as well.
Perfect.
I know we're going fast, but these are recorded. These are all recorded,
Yep.
so I know I'm going quick. It'd be a lot of questions to get through.
You can always go back and check anything that you think you might have missed. Coach Robert's link is in the chat right now. All right, we're going to move on to the next question. Liam says, I have good entries, but I have issues with taking profit. Interesting question. Well, we just heard Jack and Mick talking about this on the shoulder tap. A trader had a trade that was $15,000 in profit and reversed to hit the daily loss limit for the day. So I guess the real question is, how much profit are you looking to make on a trade with these great entries? Are your expectations a little unreasonable? Are you trying to hit a home run on every single trade? Are you moving your stops too early? There's a lot of answers to this question, but I guess it all starts with what's your opinion of a good trade?
Opinion of a good trade is one that worked, that was working with my plan. That's bar none. That's it. So Liam, if you have good entries, we have issues with taking profit. That's the one variable we really don't know. I mean, we don't know the market. We're all speculators anyway, but we know our entry because it fit our process. We entered it. We know our stop because we know what we're willing to risk, we're willing to lose. We know our potential target. So it's a good question, actually. What you put in there is like, you're not really good at taking profit. Hogue has a rule where if it gets close, I think it's 20% because 80% of his targets.
20% rule.
Yeah, 20% rule. It gets 20%. If you're looking for 10 points and it goes 8, he'll just take it off because it's just, in my opinion, I don't think it's really good to sit and look at something. Let's just not even call it dollar. Let's call it points. Your 10 points target and you're at 9 points, and to let it go back to 0 and then hit a stop loss. I'm sorry, but that is not in my playbook. And I would venture to say that is not in someone else's playbook either. You know what? It didn't hit my target. I'm just going to let it go all the way back, give all this money back again, at least take something out of it. At least take something. If you're that far up, let it come back a little bit. Yeah, there's going to be fluctuations, but if it's that far in profit and you let it go that far behind you, hopefully you've recognized that the market simply isn't doing what you thought it was going to be doing anymore. We know our entry. We know our stop. We don't know the target, so we got to take what we can get out of it. I am a total fan of this, and I've been told a million times that, dude, you left money on the table, because I'll take my 10 points out of NQ and it'll go another 50 and I'll get laughed at. I'm like, no, my plan was to take 10. I took 10. Now, if your plan is to take 50 and you took 10, well, that's a different story. So, Liam, thanks for putting it in there. It's very, very, very common, but I'm going to defer to you to say, what does your plan say? If you don't have one, make one and modify it and change it according and adapt it with the way the market is moving. Set it up, and I'm going to share something later on that it's a really cool risk calculator that I actually finished. So I will be sharing it later on. I'll pull it up on my screen just to show you. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but this is what it looks like. And I'll just leave it there for a moment so you all can stare at it. I just want to make sure we go through all approvals and we get everything else aligned before we go and broadcast this live. But it's basically, you just put in where you are with your balance and your risk instrument you're trading. It will calculate your profit targets and how many contracts you need to trade per day if you want to pass a certain amount of days. It's really very intuitive, but that's going to be free for everybody. I actually just completed it today. I've been working on it a little bit. We'll get the team to take a look at it, and we'll get it out to you as soon as possible. That's going to help with a lot of that information. Where am I? How much do I need to make? What am I trading? What's my risk like? It will do it all for you. It doesn't tell you what to trade, or how. It just says, this is what I need to be able. Hey, I am on this. If I trade for 5 days and I want to trade ES, I need 12 points a day. There we go.
Or mindset. Well, we also have a link. Let me throw this in the chat right now. We have a link to some of our favorite books. I'm going to throw this link in there right now. It's not the end all be all.
I can hear. Yeah, I can see this. I have a hard time seeing the chat because I'm looking at the questions and answering. So a lot of traders are in here asking me direct questions. I will get to those right after this segment. I just can't read them while I'm on air right now. We have them submitted, but I will get to you.
Yeah, sure. We got a ton of questions submitted to our forum, so apologize if we don't hit everything in the chat. Take a look at that link I just dropped. It's the link to our Top Step reading list. There's books in there like The Trading Book by Anne-Marie Band. There's some trading psychology lessons in there. The Disciplined Trader by Mark Douglas. The Mental Game of Trading by Jared Tendler. A whole bunch of good stuff. So go ahead and take a look at that and choose for yourself. Or go to the library and grab them all. All right. Elliot Jones wants to know, I submitted a question about Series 3. What materials can we use to study for that? We're not recommending any study materials, specific study material companies, I should say. So just go ahead and do a simple web search and you'll find a reputable source for study materials for the Series 3. All right. Radion says, what are the best strategies I can follow to manage risk effectively in volatile markets? And are there any tips on how to identify optimal entry and exit points in these situations? Well, yeah, again. So let's identify what type of market situation you're trading in. Highly volatile market, is it are we trending higher? Are we going lower? Or are we just moving silently in a violent range? Sideways in a violent range? You have to be able to identify the market direction, then take advantage of those movements, right? So in a market that's trending higher, you want to be on the right side of the market. Market that's trending lower, you want to be on the right side of. And a market that's going sideways, you want to be able to have a strategy to play that range. So in your opinion, Coach Robert, what is the best way to, I suppose, identify a trend and get on the right side of it early enough to take a nice piece of chunk out of that move for the day, or a nice chunk of that move for the day?
Yeah, that's another common question there, JD, and you did a good job with the beginning of that. So the best strategies to manage risk effectively are to trade your plan, and that fell right into this. This wasn't a plan on this calculator. We'll be getting out to you guys pretty soon here. So the best way, again, I'm going to be honest, Radion, the best way to manage risk in a highly volatile market is to not trade it. Simple as that. If you're in a position, or not a position, if you're looking at a market and you're used to it moving, let's just throw arbitrage, used to it moving 20 or 30 points, you want to take some pieces there, and all of a sudden it starts moving 60, 70, 80, 90 for some reason, maybe unknown, maybe news, maybe earnings are related or anything like that, don't trade it. You have three options. You can go long, you can go short, or you can sit on your hands. So honest to goodness, I'm not being coy here, but that's the best way to trade a highly volatile market. If you're not used to it, it's just don't. Just wait. We can trade 22 hours a day. We don't have to trade at the worst possible times. There will be other times. I would say there's not many guarantees in trading, but one of the guarantees is that there will be another trade for you to take sooner or later. I heard a click, JD. I don't know if it kicked you off of the
Nope,
line
I got
or
it.
what. Okay,
You
cool.
heard a click? Did you click again?
I heard a
Okay.
click. I didn't know if it just disconnected. Yeah, go for it.
All right. Goober says, how do I stop oversizing when I have strong conviction in my setup? Oftentimes it will turn out great, but my size made my stop too small. I know it's willpower, but I was wondering if there was a mental way I can change this. All right. Of course, when you increase size, you're also increasing risk, which means if you have a daily loss limit or maximum loss limit, the bigger size you trade, the tighter your risk parameters are going to be. So you really got to keep that in mind. If you're looking to hit a home run, you need to give that trade a little bit of room to breathe. Nothing is an instant winner. In fact, I would go so far as to say 90%, more than 90% of traders always start off as losers and then turn into winners over time, right? Depends on what time frames, the speed of the trades that you're putting on. It is subjective. But yeah, putting on too much size can scare you out of a good trade. It could also get you stopped out too early if your risk parameters are too tight. But Coach Robert, what's your take on this? Controlling size.
Yeah, it sounds. Yeah, that's exactly it. It sounds like there's a little bit of greed factor in there too. What's the name? Goober Ta. Sounds like there's a little greed factor in there as well. Oftentimes my trade turns out great, but my stop is too small. Well, if your stop is too small, that means your size is too big, because you're not reading where the market is going. If you have a stop where it's just X amount of points away, is it because you have a hard stop that I'm not losing any more than 10 points or any more than X amount of dollars, or are you actually picking a spot in the market where it says this location here is what I'm going to use for stop is going to invalidate? Now, sometimes it may be a little further away than what you really anticipate and you're really used to. If that's the case, but it's a really good setup and you really want to take it, scale down, size down. Just take some positions off. If it starts to go against you, get out. You can always get back in that trade again. Just like we said a minute ago, there's not a lot of guarantees in the market, but one of the guarantees is there will be another trade to take at some point. To capitalize on this also, as far as if there's willpower, but if there's a mental way that you can change this, it's just repetition. It's screen time and getting used to seeing it. If you're getting into these trades and your stop is too tight and you're getting knocked out of them, and just scale down, slow down. You are far better off learning to trade well than trying to, pass a combine in a couple of days or trying to make that quick buck. Believe me, that is the fastest way to lose everything. There's not a lot of room. Okay, they're tight. There's tight risk parameters. At 50K account, you have $2,000 maximum loss. That's not a lot. So you need to really, really, really manage that. And if your stop you're putting in there or your level of invalidation is $1,000, you're giving up half your entire account on one trade. Just think it over, write it down, throw it into your journal, see how you were feeling about that at the time, and always leave a note. Stick that note right up on your monitor if you want to scale down, size down, and manage those losses, manage those stops for sure. See, oftentimes it turns out great. Don't be greedy about it and manage your risk. I know you hear it all the time. We say it all the time. Get rid of the greed. You're obviously not fear. I don't think, there's greed and fear, JD, just an aside, there's greed and fear, right? I don't see a lot of traders that have the fear because trading is difficult. And if you're here learning to trade, you're not necessarily afraid of it. Yeah, we might be afraid of losing some money, but what are you going to lose? You lose $2,000, you're losing the $49 cost of a combine. You're not losing $2,000. If I lose $2,000 in a real account, it's $2,000. It's not $49, which is exactly what the programs are all about. Manage it. Don't be afraid of it, and stay away from the greed. It's attrition. It's over and over again. It goes back to that question earlier. What are the best strategies the traders have, and statistics on it? The trading statistics, the instruments, the times, the lot size, they're different. The one thing that remains consistent for all of these profitable, consistently traders is consistency. Excuse me. Can't say that enough.
Yep. Well, thanks for the answer, Coach Robert, thank you for all your questions. With that, time is up for group coaching today. We do appreciate you sticking around with us and for submitting your questions. We had a whole lot. We're going to have a bunch left over for later in the week too, I bet. We'll see how many more we can get to as the week goes on. But stick around. We got more Tradertainment coming your way. We got Pass with the Pros coming up. James D and Stanley P are back. We're going to try and pass a couple of trading combines. And then we're closing out the day and Power Hour with Andre, Dolby, Rips, and Hogue. Pulling pork into the final hour. All right, folks, we are going to take a short break. Stick around. We'll be back with Passing with the Pros.
Awesome.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. We're back. Thanks for sticking around with us. It's time for Pass with the Pros. We're going to try and get two of our special guests here through a trading combine. We got Stanley P up there in the right-hand corner. Stanley, what's up, my man? He's just a couple $100 away from passing another trading combine. So we're going to see if we can get him across the goal line here. Then on the bottom right, we got James D, who is the very first trader to pass the trading combine. And actually, inadvertently created this entire segment. We were just talking about that in the green room. But thanks for joining us, guys. How's it going today? We're scouting out some trades. You see something you like already? What's the story?
For me, looks like, I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at it in queue here. Looks like something's about to happen. So I'm kind of looking at these levels. We kind of had that burst this morning. So just want to see how we react to what's happening now. I like the reaction that we had off the 260s. So I'm kind of curious to see if we head up there, what'll happen. That's pretty much what I'm looking at right now.
James, what about you? You got a trade in mind? How close?
I got a trade on right now.
You got a trade on. All right.
Yeah,
How close are you guys from?
Sorry, go ahead.
What's the trade?
How close are you from passing this trading combine? What's the dollar amount we need?
So I got a combine, and I'm up 1437 today. Trying to get it to 1500. So that's going to be what, $60 on that?
$60. Okay.
And then in my XFA, I'm long one MNQ from 20,188, which is roughly the regular session VWAP.
Wow, nice.
Nice.
Very good.
And then if we can crack above that trend line that you've got on there, that diagonal one, I could see potentially a new high of day or testing yesterday's high. Which is going to be at 266.
Yep, and I'm looking at that line is like around 20,240 in the NQ, back within the 30-minute range. I mean, if we had to do the reversal challenge, what direction would we? Obviously, you're going to be long, James, because you're already long. But for everyone else who's not in a trade, what would be your initial take on the NASDAQ here?
I would be long if we were doing a reversal challenge.
Mm-hmm.
JD, same?
I'm not adverse to that. So let's talk it through.
Let's.
I could actually see like Mag 7 is green across the board. And if we do end up with like a strong trend day where we're going to close the day at close to high of day, I could potentially see 330s on the NASDAQ by end of day. And that's actually where I would flip short. If we can get that level, it's obviously, 100 points away, but that's ATR, the daily ATR. And we rarely break outside of that. So if we do, that would be a great short entry for me, just a mean reversion back to, if we're up there, potentially the 260s again.
And then, James, what's your P&L currently on this?
I'm up 227 in my XFA and an open profit of $100 on this one micro.
Sweet.
Excellent.
Combine?
That's an XFA. And then on the combine, I'm up 1437. So I'm actually going to probably take a long in the combine here just for a break of this trend line and a continuation higher.
This isn't for a combine pass. This is just a profit target for the day, right?
Well, for the combine pass, I'm only on day one, but this will get me to my first $1,500 day on this combine if I can get this extra $60. So I'm just taking a little scalp long here.
Cool.
Might have to have you back on tomorrow if we get this. Dolby, what do we like for the house? What do we like for the house accounts? Is something we want to piggyback?
Whatever they like, to be honest. I mean, I don't have a ton of opinions here. Let's see. I mean, I think bullish is good. I don't particularly enjoy shorting indices unless there's something going on in the world that justifies shorting indices. And I don't know if there is right now. Obviously, there is a lot of news going on, but it might just be baked in at this point. So we could just see a slow melt higher while shorts get pinched. So I wouldn't mind leaning long.
I'd say in general, that's
something interesting. An interesting correlation that I'm seeing just today is actually crude oil and NQ are inversely correlated today. If you look at that big spike where we broke through IB on the NQ, we also rocketed up on crude oil and broke back through yesterday's low. And now sort of the opposite is happening. Crude is retracing and moving back towards its daily low, and NQ looks like it could be breaking out here.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that one. Yeah, because even last time when I was on here, Andre kind of saw a similar thing happening as well with crude oil. I think that's a very good confluence to have for sure.
And that's off of Israel news, so that's more of like Mideast drama, let's say. So I wonder if that's why, probably. But I mean, we're kind of rejecting now.
I also
NASDAQ.
I heard that oil obviously drives, like oil is used in basically every business, even from a transportation point of view. So higher oil prices can negatively impact businesses. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's sort of the...
Yeah. So you're talking about transportation, plastics, basically everything you touch or that's on your body has been piped through oil one way or another.
Yes.
It is omnipresent. So if it goes up, then it creates a huge issue. Additionally, with the Middle East stuff, market doesn't like uncertainty. We're a little bit back here. I mean, JD, if we're doing a NQ house, we wanted to get long, maybe spread out some bids between like 35 and 30. Or do you take it even further down?
We're kind of drifting right in between yesterday's value area high and yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was what am I looking at? 20,267. Yesterday's high. Yesterday's value area high 20,186. We're kind of just floating in space right in between those two levels. We haven't been able to really break out above the small 3-minute range going back to just before noon. I had a 2240 floating around there right now. I'd like to see better trade location. Maybe we get maybe we could play the bottom of this 3-minute range that I'm looking at. Let me
What's that?
Charts a little bit.
20,230.
I would say
that's what I'm kind of looking for.
20,230 is a good area. Yeah.
Okay. What? I'm putting a bid.
Stanley, what do you like that spot too? We're probably looking at the same thing.
I'm looking at the 30s level. So I'm looking for if we could pull back down to the 30s, I'll jump into some buys to see if we can target that 260 level.
It looks like we have some overhead supply right here, but if we can crack through that, I would expect that we could run back up to 266 pretty quickly.
Yeah, I got bids in here, so let's put our money where our mouth is. Let's say we'll bid 31 and 3/4, 29 and 3/4, and 27 and a half. That gets us in 3. So kind of the idea is just we're gonna try to see if we can buy the bottom of this like 5-minute range or 3-minute range, see if it touches below a little bit. Run some stops and then see if we can get momentum up to the 260s and hopefully even higher. And then Stanley, you're in that one too, right? You're looking for 230s.
Yep.
Okay. Guess we just hold hands and wait.
Yeah.
How's chat like it?
How does chat like it? How is chat doing?
Should we pull the chat? How's chat doing today? On days like this, it's tough listening to chat sometimes.
I'd have to say, in general, I think today was probably pretty favorable. We're long, pretty favorable for chat. I mean, NASDAQ in an uptrend is, I think, in the wheelhouse for most green days. I mean, who doesn't like going long the NQ? All right, so we're long. We got long 31 and a quarter.
31 and a quarter.
In the NQ. Stanley, hop in on this one. Water's warm, we think, possibly.
Yeah, I'm looking to get in my entry.
All right. We got a little bit of damage we need to undo. If you guys didn't watch our 11 a.m. segment, we had a crude oil trade that we're looking at this 100 lot that got filled ahead of us. And lo and behold, like 2 minutes later, Israel news comes out and shoots it up like $1.50. So clearly,
Wait, say that one more time.
So Dre and
There was
I
a 100 lot bid in
with
crude oil?
Steve P.
Yeah.
There was a 100 lot bid right around like 72.90, and we're watching it float up and down a couple ticks, and they kept on pushing the price up to get filled, and they ended up getting filled all 100, and then within 2 minutes, Israel news comes out and it shoots up $1.50.
Headline driven.
Very.
For anyone
very
that was
clear.
watching slow markets last night, Dakota was talking about that.
About what size coming?
What's he saying?
He was just saying that crude is going to be very headline driven with all of the news coming out of the Middle East, which is going to obviously interfere with some technical setups.
Yeah, absolutely. Fundamentals always trump technicals when it comes to that, especially conflict, which directly affects supply chains and whatnot, supply chains. So yeah, when you get a market that's moving on headline risk, technicals pretty much go out the window. I won't say there's no reason to look at them, but typical patterns that you'll see setting up will just immediately break once fundamental news takes over the tape.
Yeah. And it's nothing you can do about it, right? That's what non-systemic risk for everyone taking their Series 3. Right. Something out of the blue just comes in and
Do you guys
comes out of
plan,
the blue
James and
just must be
Stanley,
a thing.
do you plan on taking your Series 3 exam also? Is that on your radar?
I've been
I think
following the questions, but I feel like the priority is probably consistent trading first, and then I'll look into Series 3.
Good plan.
I
Man with a
agree with
plan.
that. 100%. Yeah, let's pass some of these combines, then we could talk about that.
Yeah, the next segment of Pass with the Pros, I'm taking you live to the Series 3.
I gotta be honest, Series 3 is not that bad. It's not that bad to study for. They set up a lot of the questions to get it down to at least a 50-50, which is kind of nice. I think it's a little bit of math, but it's mostly just addition and subtraction. I haven't gotten to the last chapter yet, which is all the like CFTC
Rules and
regulation stuff. So maybe that's going to be the bear. But really, it's not that bad. It's really not that bad. I'm used to getting 70%, so if I can just stick with that, I'm good.
The rub is they separate the test into two sections: market knowledge and then regulatory questions. You have 85 questions for market-based knowledge and 35 questions for rules and regulations, and you have to score 70% on both of them separately, individually. So,
really?
You really gotta. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but spend a little extra time on the rules and regs because your margin of error is a lot smaller than it is in the other section of the test.
Oh, that's actually really good to know.
Does that make sense to you?
That's really good to know. Yeah, I'm not taking it until the 21st, so I built in a week of prep for them, so it should be good. Man, it's still range bound here.
Yeah, we got a ton of overhead supply. And I'm not an ICT guy, but I do like to look at fair value gaps, or I guess single TPOs. I think they're the same thing. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But we've got a big gap on the 1 minute and the 5 minute, and we're just having trouble breaking through that. So it was part of the 12 o'clock candle. If you look at that on the 1 minute, there's like what is that from top to bottom? 30-point 1 minute candle. And we haven't been able to break through that yet. We tried at 12:40, failed. That's when we came back and tested VWAP. And now it looks like we're rejecting out of that again.
We're long too.
All right, I I got tagged in.
We're in.
Yep.
All right. We're all getting long here. Stanley, what's your entry price? Where are you long from?
230 even.
What's your stop?
Putting it down to 215.
Cool.
So I'm in 10 micros.
Right. We're long
10
three
micros,
now
all right.
we're long 3 E-minis at 20,299 and 3/4.
We're actually rejecting right off of that trend line. If you connect the highs from earlier today, that is now becoming resistance. I'm not a huge trend line trader, but when it works, it works. And if we can hold right here at 228, we could see a bounce.
Oh,
Nice line in the
you
sand
drawn
there.
that trend line from like the bottom of what is this, like 20,170s?
Talking to me?
Yeah. You're saying the higher lows from 20,170 and then like
No,
20,200.
the highs.
Okay.
So the first
Oh,
high at like 274 and then at 260, and then we broke through it at 234 and we're coming back and retesting it on the other side.
Okay, gotcha. I mean, the range is good. You just gotta sustain the range. Only risking about 880 here on the 3NQ, which is really not that bad.
There's 3 people.
We are getting some negative delta coming in on the 100 tick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Which I'm not a huge fan of. It's basically now or never for me here.
Oh, really? Okay.
What's our risk, Dolby? The house count?
The 880.
880.
The position that won't be named is 215 evens.
Got it.
And then we'll do
The
take profit
Voldemort
at
order?
like 43s, 59s, and 73s on this. Yeah, right. So Stanley, what are you looking for? So you're long with us around the 30s. What's your take profit for this?
Final take profit would be 260.
260.
I really like that 260 level. We have some orders sitting there as well. But I'm probably, if we could get to like the mid 40s, I'm gonna start peeling off some, and then move to break even.
Okay, it's getting a little bit wheelie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
267 was yesterday's high. We did reject off there earlier this morning, right after the initial balance was made.
Let's see. We need to get up to like these high 230. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna stop talking and let the Nasdaq do its thing here.
Let it play out.
That trend line is holding like perfectly. We ticked below it 2 ticks. Yeah, Dolby, if you have it, just draw the trend line from that first high and just connect the highs from today.
I know what the pit trade
What
is,
time
but
frame are
if
you
it
on?
were
What's up,
1 minute
Nick?
works.
Carried on overnight. Why wasn't that showing up as
1 minute. You are hot AF, as they say, JD.
No, it's not.
Yeah, 1 minute, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, this looks good so far. Ooh, maybe no Doritos yet. No Doritos yet. Chat actually likes the idea. Okay, this is good. Chat likes to trade. We're in good shape.
Crude also broke back below yesterday's low and is now coming up and retesting it. It tested it twice already on the 5 minute, and it's coming up again. That could be a nice potential for it.
Nice test your correlation theory for the day too coming up then.
Yes. 2 ways to put on the same trade, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
Figure it out, and then we change all the time.
Yeah, what kind of hedge is that?
Guys, also I got some merch.
Oh, look at that!
Nice.
Represent.
We'll have to send you something, Stanley. You haven't gotten any top step gear yet?
I would definitely like some for sure.
Oh, we'll get you some for sure. How's the quality? James, is it high quality merch?
Oh, the sweater? It's like fleece on the inside. It's actually really nice. Great for a Canadian winter.
Nice. Yep. Oh, www.shop.topstep.com, where you can get all of your winter clothes needs. Oh, nice memo.
I just put the request. I just put the request in, Stanley. We'll get you some gear.
Oh, appreciate that.
Get him the bomber jacket.
Crude is rejecting off of yesterday's low. Got like a hammer on the 5-minute.
Still right in the middle of this 3-minute range in the NQ.
Yeah.
We're gonna upgrade it to a 15-minute range. No, we're still 5-minute. Why the 3-minute range? What's with the 3-minute chart? I've been seeing some people on 3-minute candlesticks.
Ask Coach Jay.
Oh, it's his thing?
Yeah. Jay kind of got me in a 3-minute chart. Just like Dan Hodgman got me in the 4-hour chart years ago.
It's like porridge, right? It's just right. It's not too fast, not too slow.
If we have like a second of downtime while we watch this, I've been scavenging Edgeful, and I found some cool stats that I want to share if anybody is willing.
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, let's hear it.
So, who here is familiar with pivot points? Maybe just like put it in the chat, or if any of you guys online with me.
But I'm aware.
Yeah, we're familiar with pivot points.
I've heard about them.
Okay, so on Edgeful, if you look at, they have a report under the indicators tab where you can look at pivot points, and what it tells you is basically if you're opening between two pivots, what's the likelihood that you're going to come back and touch one of those pivots? And I just want to share with you the probabilities here because some of them are really high. And that's actually a strategy that I've been starting to trade, and I've been really happy with it. So like anyone who trades mechanical, fully mechanical, this would be a great thing to look into. So for example, and actually today was a great example on NQ because it played out. We opened between R1 and P, and we came back and touched the P pivot, which according to Edgeful, that happens 69.5% of the time.
Nice.
And so another one, if you open between R3 or R2 and R1, the chance of hitting R1 is 76%. And so you can basically at the open just put these trades on with a 1-to-1 risk reward. And I found in my back testing that it's actually been profitable, at least recently.
No kidding.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
that was pretty cool.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people in chat who use pivots, so it might be hitting you up.
Yeah. Hey.
Ooh, pulling back a little bit here. Add more.
Right back to where we got in. Add more. What's our timeline on this trade? We were using short time frame charts to get in, so after a certain amount of time,
I would add
how do you
more.
feel? Do you feel stronger about the position over time, or less confident in it? I should say.
And I'm just trading the range. That's all all I'm looking for is
We're all
range
right back
breaks,
now.
right? So we're holding it. I would hold until the range completely fails and we get stopped out. But I think the upside is too good.
Mm-hmm.
The upside is good, which is why I'd be more inclined to add more on a break above.
Okay.
Because this is kind of heavy. Delta is making like cumulative delta is making lower highs, which means on balance people are market selling this. Okay, I'm out on my combine.
Stopped out.
Stopped out, yeah.
Updated P&L there, James.
Is crude rallying? Oh, a little bit. Wow, is that what's going on right now? We're doing a correlation thing with. That's been a while since we've seen that.
James called out that correlation right when we started the segment.
Yeah.
About a half hour ago. He's been seeing it all day today in crude oil.
I feel like this is
James, what's your P&L?
I'm now up 1271 on my combine, and I'm still in the one long micro in my XFA. Currently up $73 on that.
nice.
Well, thank you.
Thanks, Eddie.
You were up
And we're pushing
$73.
right back up.
73 buckaroos.
73 clams.
Kind of got like a really big Dorito. This might be the biggest Dorito I've ever seen. So it's part of my higher lows. I think it's James' lower highs. And it meets right where we're at.
So
Right where we're at.
I'm looking at this. We touched yesterday's high and broke it by 10 points. We came back and we've been making lower highs ever since. And in that area of single TPOs, we're just not able. It looks like there's a big seller in the 240s that just keeps pushing this back down. And until we could, break through that and above, I don't think I'd want to be long in this anymore.
Mm-hmm. Stanley, what's up, man? You're still sweating this one out. You're in it, correct?
Yeah, I'm still in. We're kind of right around back to my entry, which is a good sign. So I'm still in it.
Still
I'm
confident?
I'm still pretty confident because we're just kind of like Dolby was saying. We've been pretty range bound. So I'm pretty confident. And once again, even if I lose this one, like I've accepted the risk. If we hit, stop loss, it is what it is. But, once again, we're already, back in the mid 30s again. So I kind of want to see that push. I might peel off some at the 40s. But we'll see. Because we're heading right there now, so we'll see.
How close are you to passing this combine, Stanley?
I only need 400.
400? All right. Let's do it.
$400. Yeah, see, we literally rejected right off that 40 just now.
Yeah, man, 40s are
NQ's got a
right
double top at 132.
132?
What are you looking at,
on
James?
NVIDIA.
Oh, NVIDIA.
It made its high at 11, and that was 132. And then it made a lower high at 1230, and that was 132. And now we've been unable to break back above that. Could be happening right now.
Yeah, and we're popping above these 40s right now.
Let's get 45s. I moved the stop up to 222 and 3/4. Let's see if we can get over 245. That would be awesome. Then I think we can really make a push for like 260s, 280s.
The stops are going to get popped if we
100%.
push the 250s.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
trying.
moving my stop up
Really
to
trying.
225.
Yeah. How much do you need again, Stanley? What number are you looking for to pass? Like on the NASDAQ, what level?
I only need 250. We get to the 250s.
Hell yeah.
And
Let's go.
That's pretty much.
And we pass?
Here
we go.
Pass,
Get ready.
so.
Eddie, get ready with the siren. We're ringing the bell.
Come on, baby.
Have a party.
Come on.
250 in the NQ is a combine pass.
Oh, you're going most wanted man in Chicago. You getting arrested, JT?
Coming for you, Dolby.
All right. I'm long too.
They heard MP was in town.
Yeah.
Yes, isn't he? Yep.
We're out one for like $300.
Beautiful.
Come on, 50. Here we go.
Give us another push. Another push.
Yeah.
There we go.
Buyers, there it is.
I'm
Stanley?
seeing yesterday.
There we go.
You gotta do it, Stanley.
Pass?
I need $3 more.
Oh, out two?
$3 more.
Let's
Hold
go.
on. Let's pass the hat.
$3 more.
Hold on. We're up to 66.
Yeah,
Who do you think you are? I am.
Get it, Stanley?
Dolby, did you get out?
That's
You need-
funny.
We're
You
still
need,
long
you need
one.
$3 more?
$3 more. That's
$3 more.
Oh, what?
Oh, no.
That's all right.
I'm calling that a pass.
No way.
Full port.
He has to pass.
Full port, Stanley.
He has to pass.
Full port, right?
For
$3.
Load up.
Let's go.
You can get it.
We're making $3 right now.
Yeah, let's do it. We're gonna do it right now. Let's do it.
Yeah, switch
Actually,
to
I want to
micros
call the
for
wrist
sure.
Let's
team.
do it.
I want to call the wrist team and see if we can let you slide on the $3 just because you did this live on TV.
Just get him.
Nope. Let's do it the right way.
There you
Yep.
go. I
Let's
like
do it
that.
the right
Stanley's a
way.
man of integrity. He doesn't want
Let's do
some
it the right way.
free shit. He wants to earn this.
Let's see.
And he's gonna get it.
So
And he's gonna get it.
Let's see.
We still liking it from the long side. James, you're back in long?
I jumped in long right at around 240, and I actually hit my daily goal for the combine. I'm now at 1530 on this combine from that last
Beautiful.
trade. That puts me at the halfway mark for this, and then I also closed out the XFA right at yesterday's high. I'm up 382 on that.
Excellent.
Nice, man.
Turn into a nice little segment. We usually don't get this kind of price action during the 1 to 2 o'clock hour, but
No.
Yeah.
digging it for
Just
sure.
gotta have me and
Welcome,
Stanley
welcome.
back on more often, man. We bring the action.
That's right. Yin and yang. Just bring in the goods.
All right, we got 20 minutes to make $3 for Stanley.
Oh my
Go
goodness.
long one MNQ. We're gonna get a few bucks, just residual momentum here.
I
Yeah.
would think so.
Yeah.
I would think so.
Oh, nice.
Definitely not gonna.
Sounds very
This
reasonable.
is hilarious.
Did you did it?
There we
Did you get it?
go. Stanley.
Let's see. We
Got
need.
it?
Nope. We still didn't get it, folks. We need 92
Oh,
cents.
my goodness.
Come on.
Yes.
We need 92 cents. Need 92
Yes.
cents. So
Stanley,
we're
you
gonna
got me
get it.
back. You're pushing all the buttons, dude. Like I'm so early. I'm just ready.
We're running out of fireworks here.
Seriously.
All right, let's see.
It's over the wire here. Pentagon Israel has informed the Pentagon that Israel defense minister will not be traveling to Washington. So they're saying basically they have their own agenda.
Unga, I'm not telling my story. I am not telling my story until Stanley passes.
I'm ready with the sound effect right here, man. I'm ready to go.
$1. $1. All right.
It's like a rounding error.
Isn't it?
Yo, somebody called Delesh.
So get the expert.
Where's the guy when we need him? How do you
He
do
can
it?
get
How do you make
you-
$1?
I don't know. That's hard to do. That's really hard to do.
Yo, Stanley, have you ever considered setting the daily profit target for the account? So I just set mine at like $1,515 because there are some fees, and then I'll just let it run and auto liquidate me when I'm at target.
Yeah, I've done that in the past. I've done that in the past. I kind of took it off a bit, just to not, because what was happening was I was limiting myself on both sides, right? So I would limit my losses, which is great, but then sometimes I would kind of lock myself out, and then I would see a setup and I would want to take it, but then I wasn't able to. Same thing kind of with like the profit targets. So,
Makes sense.
but I am considering once I actually get a couple of these accounts passed, to put it back on, just so I could kind of start automating my trading a little bit.
Stanley, what's your P&L?
We're at 52,993. So we're kind of just fooling around here.
Yeah, it's in a weird spot too, where it's like it could reject like 30 points, or it could shoot up 30 points because we're right by this 30-minute range high, which is also a daily range high. So we have like a lot of long-term levels kind of lining up here at this 260. Oh, I'm not envious. I am not envious. It is tricky to get that last.
But you know, this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. Not what I was saying earlier. What some of the guys were saying earlier. I know Rips and was talking about it earlier as well, in terms of just like not just do what you're gonna do. You know, set your levels and then kind of just take the trade.
Yep.
Because you see, I did set it, but it's one of those things where it's like, hey, you know, follow your plan. Looks like we okay.
More
Cool.
volume. Than that
Here's
shit
your
trades.
50s again.
It is.
There goes those 50s. Yeah.
I mean, it's a good lesson, right? Because in this type of situation, I think, you know, when I was doing trading combines way back in the day, when you start getting really close to your profit target, your mind starts switching to the money and less about the process. And that's when a lot of traders start getting like unhinged, just because they have this mental shift. My goal is to pass instead of my goal is to follow my process.
Right.
Look at Susan. 40K in a day and then 20 back-to-back $1,000 losses. Right? All you got to do is make $200. Yeah.
It's worse than that, though.
$200 you ever have to make, right?
Jack's been talking about Susan for a couple weeks now. He tracks her very closely, and she's had days where she's up $7,000 to $10,000 and then comes back to hit that $1,000 DLL. She's had plenty of opportunities to make that $200 and go for that payout.
Yeah,
but
wow, that's wild.
Jack has a new nickname for her every year. This is or every day, I should say. It's a pretty wild story, and he follows up on it every day during the shoulder tap. So catch him tomorrow. I'm sure he's gonna have another.
Find a trading buddy to manage your exits, manage your risk for you. Susan will put on the entries, then find someone else to do the back half.
Mm-hmm.
That's hard to do. Like, what, $1,000 loss limit, and she's still putting up like somewhere between 7 and 40K thousand days. That's incredibly hard. Incredibly hard.
Personally, that seems like too much.
No, she's
probably.
Yeah. She's hit the DLL, or not a DLL. Yeah, her personal daily loss limit of $1,000. I think Jack said 22 times, and she's had one $41,000 winning day. So one winning day and 22 losing days for Susan, after being up significantly and then coming back to hit the DLL.
Hey, we got 145 here on the clock.
We sure do. Oh, look at the time. Let's bring Eddie in real quick. We got another announcement for you folks. Let's get at it.
Yes.
Would you like to be a Top Step VIP?
Of course you would. All right. We're posting the link again here at 1:45 Central Time. We're going to let it run for 15 minutes. Remember, this is an opportunity to be on Coach Hoop's team. We're going to be drafting 50 traders for his team, and this includes 3 free months of the 100K trading combine. You get 2 free resets each month, no activity fee, and get that access to the Discord channel, which is very exclusive. So get your name up there, click that link, fill it out, and we'll be giving that. We'll be doing this all week. Okay, so we drop the form multiple times during the week, and those with the most signups will be included in our drawing for 1 out of 50 VIP seats. So there it is, 15. Remember, you only need to do it once. We drop it, just put it in once. All right, and do the best you can. But otherwise, I'm going to pass this back to JD. It'll be time.
I just filled it out.
Thank you, Eddie. There you go.
Oh, nice.
Thank you,
Yep,
Eddie.
just filled it out myself. Thank you.
We'll have a pin in the chat for a few more minutes. Probably till the next segment starts, I believe.
Yeah, top of the hour.
Fill out his...
Top of the hour.
That'll be the last one for today.
I got one more edgeful stat if people are interested.
Burn in.
Yeah, let's hear it.
This is for anyone who trades the morning session power hour. IB, initial balance. Initial balance is the first hour of trading for the regular session, 9:30 to 10:30. According to Edgeful, when IB low is set first, IB high is broken first, 77% of the time.
Wow.
You follow? and it's
Oh.
honestly the
pretty strong.
same vice versa as well. And of that, I did some back testing myself. IB is broken within the first 15 minutes of being set, around 75% of the time as well. And if you look deeper on the initial balance report on Edgefold, you can see that the average extension for initial balance is roughly 45 points on NQ. And so something that's been relatively consistent is if IB low is set first, IB high is likely to be broken, taking a long shortly before IB is set, looking for, a 10 to 20 point extension from IB. That's been working well in my back testing and the few days that I've been live testing it as well.
Wow, nice.
Very nice.
I have never back tested a day in my life. Not once. I do not get it. I'm not a math person. Math is hard.
I just
Coach
want
Robert,
to see if there's like validity to the ideas, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you back test for functionality, not for profitability. That's the point.
Yeah. Are we looking here?
Stanley, what are you looking for here? Are you just
Which P&L, Stanley? How much do we need now? Did you put anything else on?
We need $11.14.
$11.14. All right.
Okay.
Yep. Right now we're slowly creeping up. I'm looking to see if we pull back to the 50s, then I'll just take one MNQ back up. I still believe we can go higher. We just made that high at 268, so I definitely want to see those retested again.
Yeah. Is this the closest you've ever been to passing? Or not passing?
I would say, but yeah, definitely like 90. I think it was 92 cents. Yeah, that's the closest.
Yeah, I don't even know if you can get much
That's the
closer
closest.
than that. It has to be like a record.
Right.
Is anyone in chat closer than 92 cents to passing before? Has anyone ever gotten like 50 cents to passing, or like a buck, or not a buck, but like a quarter, a dime?
Yeah, we're gonna pass this thing before we get off today. I believe it.
All right.
Dolby, when you worked in
Freddie-
support and somebody was $1 away from passing, would you just push them through?
No, absolutely not.
No. Okay.
No, because I did trading combines, and that's all of the joy of a trading combine is earning the pass and getting that last 10, 20, $100 is where all of like the mind games of trading come into play. And so you have to have traders go through that experience of there's no freebies. So why give a freebie in a trading combine? You got to earn everything.
You got to hit the end zone for a touchdown. You got to hit the ball over the fence for a home run.
It's a game of ticks. Every tick counts.
Do you guys want to walk through like a little thought experiment just on sort of the expectation for the rest of today? I would argue that today has been a trend day higher. Is there a chance that we close on the highs today? Should the house account be leaving a runner on, potentially?
Do we have a runner on still?
Oh, yeah.
We sure do. And we're not that far from the highs.
No.
Stanley, we're popping. You get that $11?
No, I didn't. I got out.
Oh, all right.
Oh.
Yeah.
So now what? How far away now?
12 bucks away.
20 bucks.
Okay.
You can do it, buddy. We're behind you.
We're right up at the overnight high. I think we're going to run some stops. I think we're going to bust stops up to 273 and then probably higher, potentially.
Right back to yesterday's high.
Right
back to yesterday's high at 267.
Yep. I'm walking this stop up too. So we're at like 242 and a quarter. Just hanging out.
Still long one at
There you go,
2270, 227.
Oh yeah.
Where's your entry there, Stanley?
I'm at a 265. We have a
265.
lot of orders stacking up above those 70s. At least that's what I'm seeing.
Where's
I don't
Rips
know if
at?
anybody else sees that.
Long one M and
Here we
Q
go.
by XFA.
Here we go.
I'm gonna buy one real quick, just see if it helps.
Everyone out and push. You got 5 minutes left.
Push, kick, whatever you need to do.
Okay, yeah, Delta's getting very positive here. We could see
This is good stuff. And it's just bringing some conversation about, kind of strategy of passing trading combines. I remember when I was doing them back in the day, like sometimes if you are in a trade that is just crushing it, it's almost better just to let it run and see if it can hit your take profit to get you past, just because it gets you to the next stage.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you're in like a really trendy market. Just letting that stuff
Did you put
run,
a-
just let the market do the work.
Did you put a stop in, Stanley? Are you working something?
Yeah. Stops at 260.
260? All right.
So 6 points.
I got
Not
the
gonna
word too,
full
since
port
you're only...
here. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Absolutely
this is not the time for it. But I did get
Yeah.
the thumbs up. Since you're only like $20 away, if you want to stick around for the next segment and keep trying to push through on air today,
let's do
you're
it.
more than welcome to. Yep.
Let's
You
do
might
it.
get, so were you long at? You said 64s?
65.
66 and a quarter.
Oh, 66 and a quarter.
I'm long 65s.
All right.
Hey, just a heads up here.
You got
Final VIP check-in. We got about 5 more minutes on that. Don't miss it.
Thank you, Eddie.
Ooh, good call. Socials. James, do you have socials? Stanley, do you have socials? Chat wants to know.
Yeah. I'm on Twitter, saved by the chart.
Nice. Oh, here we go. We got a push.
Here we go. Get a
There's
push.
3 points.
Get a push.
You got it.
How many points do you need? Oh, it's on the screen right here. Oh, those micros are
let's
so
see, 10.
tiny.
Yeah.
Oh, look at all those points you need. Oh, no.
Colby, you've been trading the house account too long, man.
Oh, I'm so
Until
jaded.
you see that
Anything less,
50K risk limit.
anything less than like 5 lots is just not real.
Shout out to B Plus, just followed me on Twitter. Thanks for watching.
There you go.
Nice.
That's awesome.
It has started.
So you need
Let's go.
76
Push,
and a
push,
quarter.
push.
Brian, I'm going to be honest with you. That smells like pure gasoline.
They've done studies, you know.
Want to take out these
60%
highs?
of the time, it works
Right there.
every time.
That doesn't make sense.
So close.
I feel like we're going to teleport right to 275.
Mm-hmm.
That is not a word I have heard in a while. The old NASDAQ teleport.
Come on. How many orders? Somebody have the order book up here? The depth of market? Just want to see.
Yep. I got to bring up 100 down.
What do we got going on in the 273 to 275?
Nothing big. 33 at 75. The big size currently is at 280.
Just
they're
popped
offering
right through it.
20.
Put in a new high, 76 a quarter, new high. What's your out, Stanley?
Oh, it didn't get filled?
It didn't tag me out. I didn't get filled.
Oh, this is the
Nope, I didn't
most
get filled.
dramatic thing I've ever seen. This is ridiculous.
Where was your offer?
I didn't get filled.
There,
Let's see.
there?
Is that time?
We got it?
There we go. Let me see.
Get it?
No way, you're still under?
Nope, we're still under, guys. We are still
How was that
under.
about-
We're under 64 cents. No, 62 cents.
We We got to adjust this out a little. This is all right.
All right, I quit. I'm back. You're pushing too many buttons.
Folks.
Yo, you gotta add like a buck for the fees. Always, man.
The buck. Yeah, a buck or two.
That's twice in a row.
Yeah, you're
Less
right.
than a
You're
buck.
right. Yeah, you're right.
This
You're
is
right.
awesome.
You're right. Forgot about the commission. You're right.
It's not commission, it's exchange fees. Top Step
Exchange
charges
fees. Right.
0 commissions.
Right.
That's right.
We keep bringing the turkey out for Thanksgiving and it's not done. Put it back in the oven again.
Yeah.
I got it, Eddie. Appreciate you.
Stanley is milking his on-air time. You've been kicking this can down the road for like 2 weeks, and you still won't pass, Stanley. I'm starting to think that maybe you just love the limelight.
Right? Price of
I'm having a great time. I can say that.
We're rejecting off of the
Definitely having a
previous
great time.
high here at 274. We could be closing on the highs today.
Oh yeah, I want to get long more. I
want to take a long, but we're just so high up right now, and I'm literally like
274.
60 cents away. So no, this is actually hilarious.
Just 1 mini,
You're gonna get
1 point target, 1 point stop, and just keep doing that.
Nvidia new highs on the day.
You're gonna hit it. Like James said a little while ago, you're gonna hit $2
Yeah,
residually, no matter what side of the market you go on. If you buy it or sell it.
Right, yeah, let's do this. Let's do this.
Brian, I'm going to be honest with you. That smells like pure.
Let's see. Let's do this.
Colby, if you want to add more, I would do it right here. If you can get 274, yeah, right here. I'm gonna scalp a little bit
my
right
270s.
here.
I want to see if we can get pull back to 270s and then bounce and just kind of maintain this higher low.
I want us to hold this previous high. If we can't hold that, we'll probably, I don't know, walk.
No, I don't even care about my trade. I'm just looking at VMix, right? Oh, damn, dude. All right, we're in. We're long 2 now.
At top of the hour.
We're still going to be break even. We're still going to be break even on this, on our entire position here.
Stanley, are you in the market right now?
270s.
No.
We're long 2 now at 249.
Okay. House counts long 2. Stanley needs 60 cents to pass the trading combine.
We're pulling back.
As soon as you do this, we're cutting a break.
Brian, I'm going to be honest with you. That smells like pure gasoline.
They've done studies, 60% of the time, it works every time.
That doesn't make sense.
Let's see. Oh no! Oh no!
Are you going backwards?
No. Oh man, yeah, we're going backwards here.
What'd you do? What'd you put on?
I selected the wrong instrument.
Never pick up a tuba while you're trading.
Oh yeah.
No.
What'd you lose? Now what are we doing?
Let's see. Yeah, I'm out of the market now. Let's see. We're at 885. Looking to do
lost $100.
The ES, yeah, got stopped out. Did the yeah, because I know the ES is much smaller. So instead of keep trying to trade the micro Nasdaq, probably get the micro S&Ps. And looks like look what's happening now. Yeah, big flush.
We'll pull back.
All right,
Is crude
folks.
oil doing
Well,
anything?
Stanley's back to $100 away from passing his training combine. We're going to take a short break. We got Power Hour coming up next. Stanley might be sticking around, so we got Andre Dolby.
We're doing this thing.
Rip's supposed to be here. Hogue, and we're gonna roll Stanley in the next segment. Also, see if we can push him past the goal line. All right, we're gonna take a short break. We'll be right back with Power Hour, folks.
Sounds good.
do this. Stanley is trying to pass the combine right here, right now. We got Rips in here. Help him get him across the finish line. Stanley, are you in?
Yes, I'm in one mini right now at the 70 levels. Looking for a break past 77.
70. All right, Rips.
I'm not going to miss this for anything. I got to see this.
Let's do this.
Nice.
You're going to do it, Stanley.
I got some levels here at 57. I'd love to see this hold this break above 70s for Stanley, so we can get this breakout above 70s, and then looks like take profit into the 80s would be a nice key trade for Stanley.
Okay, I'm gonna wait for a pullback. Got stopped out here, so I'm gonna wait for. Looks like we're pulling back, so I'm gonna wait to see if we go back down to the 50s. Then we'll take something.
I don't know if we're gonna get that deep of a retracement, but I like the longs here, especially. We had a little test down there into 62 or so. So I do like the longs here for a breakout of those 70s, and then looking for a tag of like 78.
78. Okay, Stanley, you're flat?
Yep, I'm flat.
Okay. Dolby Time house account is long from 253.
Yep, long 3, 253. Stop is at 255. So we've added some in this little game we're playing.
All right, keep an eye on the ES. There is, I think I saw 600 on the 5,800 offer there, Hogue. Still there. Yes.
Is there any big size on the NQ we're trying to get after here?
Yeah, they're still there.
It seemed like it. Who's still there?
There's a size of 5,800 in the S&Ps.
Yes.
Oh, S&Ps.
57.97 half in the S&Ps is a level I've been looking at. It's the base of the late spike from Friday's session.
Is the house account long here?
We've been long since last segment. Yeah, 253.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, we had some nice entries. We were playing a 5-minute range break, and we ended up nabbing 3 around like somewhere between 248 and 250, and then have been peeling some off, and then we added some back on some of these pullbacks here. So we've maintained a really nice
I love this long here, looking for that breakout of 70s. So a little bit of overhead liquidity there at 75 that I think we should tag. So yeah, I'm loving the longs here. Really loving the longs.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, we got Delta update. Tell me they're short.
Oh, of course. In the NASDAQ, the Delta is 1,300 positive, 3,400 positive in the S&Ps. Nothing helpful.
Nope. Last trade, 269.
Like big levels you're looking at in NASDAQ? Any like
307 evens. 307 evens.
All right. 307 evens. There we go. Well, I was actually at a 15, so we're pretty close. Let's look at 307s. I'll try to sell one there. But this range is so good. We would offer 306s.
Okay.
Yeah. I think like the expected value of this trade, it could be really, really good if we can get this breakout to the upside. So we just got to sit tight. I mean, we'll make $125 no matter what happens.
Alrighty.
Let's let NASDAQ do its NASDAQ things.
71's trade.
This is that 70 breakout level that we're looking for right through. Beautiful longs here.
Where'd you get in at, Rips? 70s?
68.
Oh, nice.
Nice rip. 268. Targeting 306s to the upside. Maybe one more pullback. Or it's just going to go here.
To the moon.
This is, yeah, I'm loving this. Stanley, what are you thinking? What are you feeling here?
Kind of just waiting. We're at the 70. It looks like it wants to break out. It hasn't happened yet. So if we do pull back to the 60s, I'm gonna get in one long.
Ready. Nothing on tilt.
60s, huh? Like 68s or like 60-60?
Like 60 to like 62, 65s. Anywhere there. I don't want to chase real quick either.
Upper left-hand corner, you know the drill by now. Hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at Top Step TV. Turn around some cool stuff you share with us. Memes, swag, fun chair certificates. But anyways, right now we're trying to cheer on Stanley across the finish line to pass his combine live on Top Step TV.
Ooh, Angie has a question for you, Rips. Why the 307s?
It's a level that we've been tracking. If you look left on your chart, see the interaction that we've had. I'll pull that up on my chart here. 307s, we had a little bit of kerfuffleation there back on Thursday, September 26th. That's the level that we're targeting there to the top side.
Cool. Oh, I love 330s. That would be a real nice run to the upside here.
Yeah, we've had some liquidity down there at 57 that was continually entertained. So I really do like this out of these 70s to the long side.
And the ladder, like I don't have bookmap, but the ladder feels like it's trying to accomplish something. It feels wiggly, like it's thinking about doing something big.
Yeah, this is a classic flat top breakout pattern. If we get that confirmation over 70s, this thing will pop and run.
Nice. 71.5 last trade. 72's trade. Back down to 70s. Wiggling.
It is wiggling. It's trying. I mean,
It's giving us the old wiggle.
Come on.
Ladder knows there's magic at 274, 276. So he waits.
We got a big offer there at 73 halves. Let's see if they want to grab this liquidity there.
Yep. See that? 36 traded are offered.
And
144 traded. Can we get to 170-ish traded?
There you go. They swept that 73. They're looking at taking this a little bit higher here.
Yep.
Filled. Yep.
Did fill.
Push.
There we go. Pushing up. 75s are taken. Let's see if they ravage up through these 80s now.
If we can get 282s, we'll pull one. We'll do 282, 306, and 330 for the moonshot. We'll just walk the stop up for the house trade.
ES. See if it wants to catch up with the NQ.
I mean, this ladder wants to move. Let's go.
Yeah, they're really starting to give it the old sweepacito here to the north side, which is just a beautiful thing. Let's see this tag now up into these 80s. I'm going to pull out 3 contracts right there, pulling out one more. And I'll go ahead and close out the rest there. That's good for $1,000 on that trade. So up $5,300 on the day.
Easy peasy.
Nice.
Stanley, this is a good lesson. This is why you don't listen to the knuckleheads in chat who are telling you to short this thing down there at the 60s. Don't listen to chat, as sometimes there are a bunch of knuckleheads in this power hour session.
Oh, the chat. Yes.
I feel like the chat was trying to sway Stanley a little bit there. I saw a lot of knuckleheads in chat saying, Stanley, you gotta short this thing. Hey, Stanley, you gotta short it. Don't listen to those knuckleheads.
Rips in the
there we
chat.
are, right at the 80s, as expected.
Also, we had someone named Arthur in chat who was very proud of fading the house account when we were long 3 at about 250. Arthur is... Oh, there's Arthur. He's in chat. Still in that trade, Arthur? Let us know.
Thank you. Thanks for watching, Arthur. Appreciate it. See if we can push into these 280s. Again, high of the day, 282 in the orders.
Oh.
So yeah, just an update. We're up 5,300 in our live.
Mohammed here with us.
Hey, 250s. Let's go.
Mo saying, only don't cry me shorting. I said it since this morning.
Like No Manches Trading says, yeah, baby, I went short and made my money. Thank you, Rips, for being my indicator to do the opposite. Except we were long at 60s and we're out at 80s. I don't know how you short that and make money, but hey, if you stand on your head and start lying, you can do anything you want. No Manches.
Send us your trade report.
Invert the chart.
You can link
just
them
stand
all
on
time,
your head
baby.
and live in denial. That's always a good thing to do.
Nice.
There it is. 82s are trading. Boy, those longs are looking juicy.
Moving our stop to break even. Full position update for house because we've changed because our average in has changed quite a bit. So now we are long 2 at 20,266.
266. All right.
That's a beautiful thing.
266. And we're going to wait for 300s for the other two. And we'll walk our stop
Yeah,
up.
it looks like there's some orders starting to stack up at the 300 level even.
Let's take a look.
At least that's what I'm seeing on Bookmap.
Yep. See 61 lot up there. Hogue, keep an eye on those 5800s in the ES. Still there?
Still there.
Okay.
86 is now trading. Still the long side here.
Mm-hmm. And we have... This is turning into
And
quite a
90s
long
trading.
Wow, there we go.
NASDAQ trade. When did we start this thing? 1:15. So we're going on an hour.
Pushing higher.
And we still have a pulse.
Oh, yeah.
Had more on. Good walk this
Look at the tilt. 50-50 ES, 50-50 NQ. Again, we are pulling for Stanley. Let's get this over the finish line. How far out are we, Stanley?
We need 260.
Okay, we can do this.
260. Yep, 260. Oh, what a flush. Ooh.
Our stop is at 280-ish. 278.
278.
Mm-hmm. Just walking it up.
That 260, 260. Asking in the chat.
Can we see 300s?
I think we're going to see 300s. I'm just looking for a good place to enter.
We're pretty close. I wouldn't even mind bidding 282s either. It's just like this higher low trend that we've been doing since, I don't know, 1 has been very, very nice. And it's been a technically sound formation so far. No ranges to really talk about though, which is kind of
We
wild.
may have to
Not
wait
even
about
on-
9 minutes here till the bottom of the hour to get some clear picture here, since we did just have a stop run up through those 90s. It gets a little precarious here, 90 to 95. We can easily see a drop, and I don't know how much Stanley's willing to stomach here, but we could definitely wait till the bottom of the hour for the next setup.
Okay. What are you looking for at the bottom of the hour, Rips?
Liquidity, algorithms to turn on to see if we get any shift in anything. I can only do the magic trick one single time, like when we had that pullback to the 60s. That's a clear directional trade that we had there following that trend. Outside of that, the probability goes down a little bit here. We can definitely sweep from here to 95, and then potentially 307s, but it just becomes a little bit tricky once we have all of that liquidity that was just removed about 3 minutes ago.
All right. Yes, just grinding higher as well.
Yep.
See if he wants to get those 5800s.
I have no ranges. Nothing. Maybe a 1 minute or a 30 second. Like we really extended price pretty quickly.
We had a little bit of a bid stack there at 85. And again, I'm much more comfortable to wait, because you can see we're getting these little pockets of flushes. these little air pockets that are coming down. Makes it a little bit harder to trade. So I want to wait until that algorithm turns on bottom of the hour.
And
was okay.
We wait. The only size I'm seeing is 75 at 300.
Yep.
Everything else is pretty tiny.
Will we go get it?
I think we will. We got 28 or 30 trading at 295. I mean, that's not a ton of size. Just make maybe 30 stacked at 91 and 92, if that's all the same person. We're gonna move.
Yeah, I'm completely flat right now. Somebody's asking in chat. I'm completely flat. We made $1,000 on that run up.
Nice.
House account long. House account's long too. Stanley's flat. Rips is flat.
Yeah, we're just letting the market do its work. We'll manage to trade from the bottom side. And if we can get 300, we'll pull one off at 298 and front run 300 a little bit.
Troop saying ES will be a rip. Watch it. All right, Stanley, what prices are you looking for, if anything, right now?
Right now, like I said, I do see some orders stacking up at the 300s, but we're kind of ranging in the 80s right now. So, 80, the low 80s would be a good place to buy within this like 1 minute range right now. But I'm hands off.
I like that.
We could easily just sweep that and head right back down.
There's some liquidity at 80s that we could just bump into. That's about 18 handles to the downside. So yeah, we just want to, 8 handles to the downside, not 18. But yeah, we could easily be sweeping that. So I want to make sure that we have something that we can maintain, a nice trend that we can follow. So let's just wait. Let's be patient here.
I'm going to see if we can add one more at 82s.
82s. All right.
Well, an opening call this morning, if you remember, I did mention drama.
35 minutes left here on Power Hour. MOC in about 25 minutes. Dolby, you're working a bid on the 82s in the house account.
Mm-hmm.
Pull back.
Yeah, we'll risk like 4 points on that one, but 4 points to make, I don't know, a lot more than 4 points is worth it. This trend is very, very nice.
Hey, Dolby, how about that? Dolby, how about that 100 lot? How about that 100 lot in crude?
Bro, that was bullshit.
Come on.
They knew something. Someone knew something. They were walking that 100 lot up to get filled, and then that news drops. It was ridiculous. All right, we're long 3 now at 71 1/4. Oh, Phil.
Mohammed's chiming in. Wait for the buy. It's getting weaker. Thank you, Mo.
Y'all just see that perfect entry?
71 1/4.
See if we can bid another one if it comes back down.
You can see how thin that is. It just rallied from 82 to 92 in a jiffy there on very low liquidity. So very dangerous here. I think, again, waiting 4 minutes until we get some algorithms turning on here.
Hey, Rips, also at the bottom of the hour, I'm going to ask for at the bottom of the hour, right?
You want me to send you Uber Eats?
That would be, yes, a pumpkin spice latte, if you don't mind.
Oh, I got you for
pretzel.
that.
Yeah, and a pretzel. Indeed.
The pretzel,
thank you.
that's really what it was.
I love pretzels.
I could also serve you up a nice, delicious pumpkin spice market internals.
Yeah, that's absolutely.
Ooh. How do we do that? I'll make sure that's ready to go. I'm more concerned about seeing Stanley the Manly pass here. I want to see this thing over the finish line before we finish up for the day.
Let's go. What, quintuple top on the 1 minute chart at, what is this? 91 1/2.
Yes, looking to grab those 5,800s.
Go do it.
What would make this really easy would be a bunch of sellers coming in at the bottom of the hour, and then we could just momentum short this thing back down to, say, 70 or so. But we'll have to see. Coach Hoop says, Rip's question, are you looking at ES and NQ side by side on liquidity? I am. Yeah, they're moving very similarly. In fact, NQ is kind of following the S&Ps for now, since there is very little movement in the Mag 7 here.
Yep. It's pushing just cracked that 1 minute range. So let's see if we can sustain higher.
And we're looking to tag that 95 lick. There's 22 contracts there in the in the Nasdaq. Up at the S&P, there's 733 contracts rested at 5,800. I'm assuming there's probably closer to about 2,000 contracts there if you're factoring in icebergs as well.
Well, I'll tell you how many trade out there when it gets there.
Nice. You got
Yes,
2 minutes
indeed.
here.
Definitely attracting
higher.
the liquidity here to the upside. It looks like sellers are a little bit tired out here until we potentially get to the bottom of the hour, find a reversal.
Is there a good long
50-50.
long-term thesis to be taking shorts right now, Rips, in your opinion? Or is this just speculators?
You
short time
gotta wait till the algorithms come along and show their hand. That would be the easy trade. If we get sellers on the tape, we could find a short back down to 70s in the NQ and potentially down to 93 or even 88 in the S&Ps.
I mean, chat saying Nvidia is just pushing up, which is
so 133
typically helps the Nasdaq. Stanley, what are you looking for? What's your next plan of attack here? Go low into MOC.
I want to see what happens at the 300 level.
300's cool.
Yeah, I want to see what happens. Yeah, I want to see what happens. If we start rejecting off of there, we could start heading back down. But at the same time, too, I'm looking here. I don't see it. If we burst past the 300s, there's a lot of room to the upside as well. So just want to be patient and see what happens here. Yeah, 300s are very juicy right now.
Get those 300s. Let's trade 288.
The other thing that we could see here in about 20 seconds would be a little bit of a failure in price and then some large bids stepping up and then a tag out at 5,800, but TBD.
I sold one for a couple hundred buckaroos.
All right, here we go, Rips.
It's a rebid 83.
Okay, so there's your downside push. Let's see. Watching the S&P's liquidity here. There's definitely some overhead supply coming in. Not a lot of bids here. I'm looking down here at 96 and 95 to see if they have any bids. Right now, not seeing any buyers stepping in just yet. Looks like some overhead supply. And 5,800s are still holding strong here.
This range is still holding, which is kind of crazy. This 1 minute range I got. Just barely.
Right back to the 80s, right? Yeah.
Yep.
I just saw that on NQ, yeah.
Poll up in the chat. NQ, bull or bear? I'm a bull, I'm a bear, I'm not sure. We're bulls right now. Put your votes in the chat.
Yeah, they're starting to really walk up the NQ here now. So there's a good chance we're going to tag out that 5,800 evens there.
Yep. Hope you got this.
Pushing